Welcome, friend. Tonight, we're going to take a long, peaceful journey through the world of Red Dead Redemption. This is a story meant for drifting off, for letting your mind wander through the dusty trails and quiet campfires of the Old West. So settle in, get comfortable, and let the story carry you away. This is the complete tale of the Van der Linde gang, of outlaws and lawmen, of a world that was changing and the people who couldn't change with it. We'll travel from the earliest days of Dutch van der Linde's dream to the final sunset of an era. We'll meet legends and fools, heroes and villains, and everyone in between. The West is vast and quiet tonight. The stars are out, the fire is warm, and there's nowhere you need to be. Just listen and let the story unfold. Part 1. The Birth of a Dream. Our story begins long before the events of the games, in a time when the American frontier still seemed endless, when a man could ride for days without seeing another soul, when freedom meant something real and tangible. Dutch van der Linde was born in 1855, the son of a man who fought and died in the Civil War. His father was a Union soldier, killed at the Battle of Gettysburg when Dutch was just a boy. His mother, heartbroken and struggling, did her best to raise him alone in a world that offered little kindness to widows and orphans. Dutch grew up angry at the war that took his father, angry at the government that sent men to die, angry at a society that left his mother to suffer while the rich grew richer. That anger would shape everything he became, would fuel the dream that would one day inspire so many others. He took to crime young, running small cons and petty thefts to survive. He was smart, charming, able to talk his way out of trouble as easily as he talked his way into it. He read books, educated himself, developed ideas about freedom and justice that went far beyond simple criminality. Dutch believed that the system was corrupt, that the government and the corporations were stealing from ordinary people, that the only honest response was to steal back. He wasn't just a thief, he was a revolutionary, or so he told himself. He was fighting for something, standing against the tide of civilization that was washing away everything wild and free. In the early 1870s, Dutch met a man who had become his closest friend and partner. Hosea Matthews was older, more experienced, a con man of considerable skill, who'd been working the frontier for years. Where Dutch was passionate and idealistic, Hosea was practical and cautious. They complemented each other perfectly. Their meeting was the stuff of legend, at least according to the stories they told later. Both were running cons in the same small town, and they ended up trying to swindle each other. When they realized what was happening, they laughed, bought each other drinks, and decided to work together instead of against each other. That partnership would last for over 20 years. Dutch and Hosea became more than partners, they became brothers, bound by shared experience and mutual respect. They developed a philosophy, a code, a way of living that would attract others to their cause. The code was simple: steal from those who have too much, share with those who have too little, never kill unless necessary, and always look out for your own. It was Robin Hood dressed in Western clothes, a romantic vision of outlawry that made crime feel noble. Dutch was the visionary, the one who gave speeches around the campfire, who inspired loyalty and devotion. Hosea was the planner, the one who figured out how to turn Dutch's dreams into reality. Together, they were formidable, and word began to spread about the two outlaws who robbed the rich and helped the poor. Part 2. The Gathering of the Gang. The Van der Linde gang didn't spring into existence fully formed. It grew slowly, one person at a time, each new member drawn by Dutch's charisma and the promise of something better than the life they'd known. Arthur Morgan was one of the first to join, and he would become one of the most important. Arthur was just a boy when Dutch and Hosea found him, maybe 14 years old, orphaned and surviving on the streets through petty theft. He was angry and scared, trusting no one, expecting nothing from the world but pain. Dutch saw something in Arthur, some potential that even Arthur didn't know he had. He took the boy in, taught him to read, taught him to shoot, taught him the code. More than that, he gave Arthur something he'd never had, a family. Dutch became the father Arthur had lost, and Arthur's loyalty to Dutch would define his entire life. Arthur grew into a formidable man, strong and capable, one of the best gunslingers in the West. But he was more than just muscle. He was thoughtful, observant, capable of surprising kindness despite the hard exterior he showed the world. He kept a journal, sketching the landscapes he saw, recording his thoughts in words that revealed a depth few suspected. John Marston came next, another lost boy taken in by Dutch's growing family. John was younger than Arthur, wilder, more reckless. He had a temper and a tendency to act without thinking, but he was loyal, brave in his own way, and Dutch saw potential in him too. The relationship between Arthur and John was complicated from the start. Arthur resented John, saw him as competition for Dutch's attention, as a younger brother who got away with things Arthur never could. John looked up to Arthur, but also chafed under his judgment. They were family, but family relationships are rarely simple. Susan Grimshaw joined the gang in its early days, a woman of fierce determination who had been Dutch's lover before becoming something more like a mother to the entire group. She ran the camp with an iron hand, making sure everyone did their share, keeping order among a group of outlaws who might otherwise have descended into chaos. Others came over. The years, Pearson, the cook, a former sailor who found his way to the frontier, Reverend Swanson, a man of God who had lost his faith and found it again in the bottom of a bottle, Uncle, whose real name no one remembered, a lazy drunk who somehow made himself useful enough to keep around. The gang grew into a community, a family of misfits and outcasts who had found each other in a world that had no place for them. They moved from place to place, staying ahead of the law, taking what they needed, sharing what they had. It wasn't a perfect life, but it was theirs. Dutch's speeches around the campfire painted a picture of a future where they would all be free, where they would find a place beyond the reach of civilization, where they could live according to their own rules. He talked about Tahiti, about Australia, about anywhere that wasn't here. The destination didn't matter as much as the dream itself, and for a while, the dream seemed possible. The gang prospered, pulling off jobs that made them legends, evading lawmen who couldn't catch them, living the life that Dutch had always promised. They were outlaws, yes, but they were free, and in the dying days of the Old West, freedom was the most precious thing of all. Part 3. The Golden Years. The 1880s and early 1890s were the golden years of the Van der Linde gang. They roamed across the West, from Texas to Montana, from California to the Dakotas, taking what they wanted and leaving legends in their wake. During these years, the gang continued to grow. Javier Escuella joined after fleeing Mexico, a revolutionary who had fought against the corrupt government and lost. He was a skilled fighter and a talented musician, his guitar providing entertainment around countless campfires. Bill Williamson came from the army. dishonorably discharged for reasons he never fully explained. He was rough and often cruel, but he was loyal to Dutch in his own way, grateful for the acceptance he found in the gang after the military rejected him. Lenny Summers was young and eager, a black man in a world that offered few opportunities to people who looked like him. He was smart, educated, full of potential that the legitimate world would never let him fulfill. In the gang, he found a place where his abilities mattered more than his skin color. Charles Smith was half Native American, half African American, a man who belonged to no world and every world. He was quiet and thoughtful, deadly in a fight but reluctant to kill without reason. His skills as a tracker and hunter made him invaluable. Sadie Adler would join later, under tragic circumstances, but her fierce spirit and deadly aim would make her one of the gang's most formidable members. Her story, though, belongs to a later chapter. The gang developed a rhythm, a way of operating that kept them one step ahead of the law. They would find a location, set up camp, scout the area for opportunities. Dutch and Hosea would plan the jobs while Arthur and the others gathered information. When everything was ready, they would strike fast and hard and then disappear before anyone could respond. Their targets were carefully chosen. Banks that held the savings of wealthy ranchers, trains carrying payroll for mining companies, stagecoaches transporting money for corporations. Dutch insisted that they never steal from those who couldn't afford to lose, though this principle would become harder to maintain as the years went on. The money they took was shared among the gang, with a portion going into a communal fund that Dutch promised would one day buy their freedom. Everyone contributed, everyone benefited. It was socialism with 6 shooters, a commune of criminals bound by loyalty and shared purpose. Around the campfires, Dutch would read aloud from books he'd collected. Philosophy, poetry, political theory. He wanted his gang to understand why they did what they did, to see themselves as more than common criminals. They were fighting against a system that was designed to crush people like them, and every dollar they stole was a blow against that system. The gang members believed in Dutch, believed in the dream. They had seen him keep his promises, had watched him share his last dollar with someone in need, had heard him speak with passion about freedom and justice. He was their leader, their father figure, their prophet. They would follow him anywhere, and for a while it worked. The gang thrived, its members living better than they ever had before. They had food, shelter, companionship, purpose. They had each other. In a world that was rapidly changing, that was closing in on everything wild and free, they had carved out a space where the old ways still mattered. But nothing lasts forever. The world was changing, and the Van der Linde gang would have to change with it or be destroyed. Part 4. The Changing World. The 1890s brought changes that would reshape the American West forever. The frontier was closing. The railroads connected every corner of the country. Telegraph lines carried news faster than any horse could run. The wild places were being tamed, fenced, civilized. For the Van der Linde gang, these changes meant increasing danger. Law enforcement was becoming more organized, more effective. The Pinkerton Detective Agency, a private organization that worked for the railroads and the government, had made capturing outlaws their specialty. They had resources, manpower, and a relentless determination that local sheriffs couldn't match. The gang found it harder to operate. Jobs that would have been easy a decade earlier now carried greater risks. Escape routes that had always been open were now watched. The network of sympathizers who had once sheltered them was shrinking as the consequences of helping outlaws grew more severe. Dutch responded to these pressures by becoming more ambitious, more reckless. If small jobs were too dangerous, he reasoned, they should go for bigger scores. One big take could fund their escape, could buy them passage to somewhere beyond the reach of American law. They just needed one more job. This phrase, one more job, would become a refrain, a promise that was always just out of reach. There was always one more job needed before they could be free, one more score before they could disappear. The goal line kept moving, and the gang kept chasing it. In 1899, Dutch planned what he hoped would be their biggest job yet, a ferry robbery in the town of Blackwater. The ferry was carrying a fortune in bonds and cash, enough money to fund their escape many times over. It was risky, but Dutch was confident. He had planned everything carefully. But something went wrong. The details of what happened on that ferry are murky, pieced together from fragments and rumours. What's certain is that the job turned into a massacre. People died, innocent people, in numbers that shocked even hardened outlaws. The gang barely escaped, leaving behind not just the money but any hope of returning to their old ways. The Blackwater job changed everything. Before, the Van der Linde gang had been wanted criminals, but they had maintained a certain reputation. They were outlaws, not murderers. They stole from the rich, not from ordinary people. That reputation, carefully cultivated over decades, was destroyed in a single bloody afternoon. Now they were hunted like never before. The Pinkertons were on their trail, led by agents who had made capturing Dutch Van der Linde their personal mission. The government offered rewards that would tempt even loyal friends. Every lawman in the country knew their names and faces. The gang fled north, into the mountains, hoping to lose their pursuers in the wilderness. They left behind everything they couldn't carry, abandoned camps and caches that had taken years to establish. They were refugees now, running for their lives, the dream of freedom seeming more distant than ever. And as they fled, the first snows of winter began to fall. Part 5. The Mountains. The gang's flight took them high into the mountains, into a region called Ambarino, where the snow fell thick and the cold cut through the warmest clothes. They found shelter in an abandoned mining town called Coulter, a collection of ramshackle buildings that offered protection from the elements if nothing else. It was here, in the frozen wilderness, that Red Dead Redemption 2 begins. The gang is at its lowest point, starving, freezing, hunted. The optimism of the golden years seems like a distant memory. Now there is only survival. Arthur Morgan, Dutch's most trusted lieutenant, leads scouting parties into the blizzard, searching for food, for shelter, for any sign of a hope. He finds a homestead where a woman named Sadie Adler has been hiding, her husband murdered by a rival gang called the O'Driscolls. Arthur brings her back to camp, adding another lost soul to their family. Sadie is different from the other women in the gang. She's not content to stay in camp to cook and clean and wait for the men to return. She wants revenge for her husband, wants to fight, wants to prove that she's as capable as anyone. Her fierce determination will make her one of the gang's most valuable members. The gang also captures a young man named Kieran Duffy, a former O'Driscoll who claims he was never really one of them. They keep him tied up, suspicious of his loyalties, but eventually he proves himself useful, providing information about the O'Driscolls that helps the gang survive. In the mountains, Dutch tries to maintain morale, giving speeches about the future, about the plan, about how they'll get through this together, but there's a new edge to his words, a desperation that wasn't there before. The Blackwater job has shaken him, though he won't admit it. Something has changed in Dutch van der Linde. Hosea sees it, worries about it, but says nothing. Arthur sees it too, though he pushes the doubts aside. They've followed Dutch this far. They have to believe he knows what he's doing. The alternative is too frightening to consider. After weeks in the mountains, the weather finally breaks enough for the gang to move. They descend from the peaks, heading east toward a region called the Heartlands. Dutch has a plan, as always. They'll find a new place to set up camp, lay low for a while, and then figure out their next move. The gang makes camp near a town called Valentine, a rough cattle town where strangers don't attract too much attention. It's not much, but it's better than freezing in the mountains. For the first time in weeks, there's hot food and warm fires. The gang begins to recover, but the Pinkertons are still out there, still hunting, and the mistakes of Blackwater will follow them wherever they go. Part 6. Valentine and the Heartlands. Valentine is a muddy, rough-hewn town built on the cattle trade. Cowboys drive their herds through on the way to market, spending their wages in the saloons and brothels before moving on. It's the kind of place where the van der Linde gang can blend in, at least for a while. The gang sets up camp at a place called Horseshoe Overlook, a scenic spot with good sight lines and multiple escape routes. They begin the slow process of rebuilding, taking small jobs to replenish their funds, scouting the area for opportunities. Arthur throws himself into the work, as he always does. He hunts to feed the camp, runs errands for Dutch and Hosea, handles problems that require a firm hand. He's the gang's fixer, the one who gets things done when others can't or won't. In Valentine, Arthur encounters a man named Thomas Downs, a rancher who owes money to the gang's loan shark, Leopold Strauss. Arthur is sent to collect the debt, and when Downs can't pay, Arthur beats him. It's an ugly scene, one that Arthur doesn't think much about at the time. He's done worse things for the gang. But Thomas Downs is sick, dying of tuberculosis. When Arthur beats him, Downs coughs blood into Arthur's face. It's a small moment, easily forgotten in the chaos of outlaw life, but that moment will change everything. The gang pulls off several successful jobs in the area. They rob a train with the help of information from a young man named Sean Maguire, an Irish member of the gang who'd been captured and needed rescuing. They steal horses from a wealthy rancher. They run cons in town, separating fools from their money. For a brief time, things seem to be improving. The gang has money again, has hope again. Dutch talks about moving west, about finding a place where they can start over. The dream, battered but not broken, still flickers. But the Pinkertons haven't given up. Agents Milton and Ross track the gang to Valentine, confronting Arthur and demanding information about Dutch. Arthur refuses, of course, but the message is clear. They can run, but they can't hide. The hunters are closing in. The gang is forced to move again, this time to a new camp in a region called Clemens Point, near the town of Rhodes. They're heading deeper into the south, into territory controlled by old families with old money and old grudges. It's dangerous, but Dutch sees opportunity in the chaos. Part 7. Rhodes and the feuding families. Rhodes is a small town in the state of Lemoyne, a region still scarred by the Civil War. Two families, the Braithwaites and the Greys, have been feuding for generations, their hatred passed down from parent to child like a poisoned inheritance. Dutch sees an opportunity to play both sides, to ingratiate the gang with each family while secretly robbing them both. It's a dangerous game, but Dutch is confident in his ability to manipulate people. He's been doing it his whole life. The gang splits up, with some members working for the Braithwaites and others for the Greys. They run errands, provide muscle, make themselves useful while gathering information about where the families keep their money. It's classic Dutch strategy. Get close, learn everything, then strike when the time is right. Arthur has doubts about the plan. The feuding families are dangerous, unpredictable, and the gang is putting itself in the middle of a conflict that has nothing to do with them. But he keeps his doubts to himself, trusting Dutch as he always has. The situation becomes more complicated when the gang discovers that the Braithwaites have been involved in some dark business. They've been selling people, specifically a young boy named Jack Marston, John's son. Jack was kidnapped by the Braithwaites and sold to a crime lord in St. Denis as leverage against the gang. The discovery of Jack's kidnapping sends the gang into a fury. Whatever doubts they had about Dutch's plan are swept away by the need to rescue the boy. They attack the Braithwaite mansion, burning it to the ground, killing anyone who stands in their way. The assault on the Braithwaites is brutal and effective, but it doesn't recover Jack. The gang learns that he's been taken to St. Denis, a major city to the east. They'll have to go there to get him back, venturing into urban territory where their usual tactics may not work. Meanwhile, the Greys have figured out that the gang has been playing them. They set a trap in Rhodes, ambushing several gang members in the streets. Sean Maguire is killed, shot through the head without warning. Others barely escape with their lives. The Rhodes disaster is a turning point. The gang has lost one of their own, has made powerful enemies, has been exposed as manipulators rather than allies. The careful strategy Dutch had planned has collapsed into chaos and bloodshed. The gang flees Rhodes, heading towards St. Denis to rescue Jack. Behind them they leave burning buildings and fresh graves. The dream of a clean escape, of one more job that would set them free, seems more distant than ever. Part 8. St. Denis. St. Denis is unlike anywhere the gang has been before. It's a major city modelled on New Orleans with paved streets, electric lights, and a police force that actually functions. The old ways of the frontier don't work here. You can't just ride into town, rob a bank and disappear into the wilderness. The gang sets up camp at an abandoned plantation called Shady Bell, a decaying mansion in the swamps outside the city. It's not comfortable, but it's hidden, and right now hiding is what they need most. Dutch makes contact with a crime lord named Angelo Bronte, the man who bought Jack from the Braithwaites. Bronte is sophisticated, cultured, everything Dutch pretends to be. He agrees to return Jack in exchange for the gang doing some work for him. It's a devil's bargain, but they have no choice. Jack is returned, traumatized but alive. John and Abigail, his parents, are overjoyed, but the experience has changed them. They're starting to wonder if this life is worth the cost, if there might be another way to live. The gang does jobs for Bronte, small tasks that feel beneath them but keep them in his good graces. Dutch chafes at being subordinate to anyone, but he bides his time, planning something bigger. In St. Denis, Arthur encounters people who challenge his assumptions about the world. He meets a group of suffragettes fighting for women's right to vote. He helps a former slave who's searching for his lost family. He attends shows at the theatre, sees the marvels of modern technology, glimpses a world that's leaving him behind. Arthur also begins to feel unwell. A persistent cough, fatigue that doesn't go away, moments of weakness that he hides from the others. He doesn't know it yet, but the tuberculosis he contracted from Thomas Downs is taking hold. The clock is ticking on Arthur Morgan's life. Dutch's plan for Bronte comes together. The gang kidnaps the crime lord, and Dutch drowns him in the swamp, a brutal murder that shocks even hardened outlaws like Arthur. It's not the first time Dutch has killed, but there's something different about this, something cruel and unnecessary. With Bronte dead, Dutch plans to rob the bank in St. Denis, a massive score that he promises will fund their escape. The gang prepares carefully, but nothing can prepare them for what happens next. The bank robbery goes wrong almost immediately. The Pinkertons are waiting for them, tipped off by someone. In the chaos that follows, several gang members are killed or captured. Hosea Matthews, Dutch's oldest friend, is shot dead in the street. Lenny Summers, young and full of promise, dies trying to escape. The survivors flee to the docks, where they board a ship bound for anywhere but here. But the ship is caught in a storm and wrecked on the shores of a tropical island called Guarma. The gang is scattered, lost, further from home than they've ever been. Part 9. Guarma is a sugar-producing island ruled by a brutal dictator and worked by slaves in all but name. Dutch, Arthur, Bill, Javier and Micah wash up on its shores, separated from the rest of the gang, trapped in a place where they have no friends and no resources. The island is a nightmare. The heat is oppressive, the jungle is hostile, and the local military shoots outsiders on sight. The gang members must work together just to survive, putting aside the tensions that have been building between them. Dutch makes contact with a local revolutionary named Hercule Fontaine, who is fighting against the island's dictator. In exchange for help escaping the island, Dutch agrees to assist the revolution. It's an alliance of convenience, but it gives them a chance. Arthur does most of the actual work as usual. He fights through the jungle, rescues prisoners, gathers intelligence. His cough is getting worse, but there's no time to rest, no time to worry about his health. Survival comes first. The experience on Guarma changes Dutch. He becomes more paranoid, more willing to use violence, more convinced that the world is against him. The loss of Hosea has removed the voice of caution that once tempered his impulses. Without Hosea, Dutch is unmoored. Arthur sees the change but doesn't know what to do about it. He's followed Dutch his whole life, trusted him completely. The idea that Dutch might be losing his way is too frightening to fully accept. So Arthur pushes the doubts aside and keeps following orders. The gang eventually escapes Guarma, making their way back to the American mainland. But they return to find that everything has changed. The rest of the gang are scattered, the camp has been abandoned, and the Pinkertons are closer than ever. They regroup at a new location called Beaver Hollow, a cave system in a remote area. It's defensible but grim, a far cry from the comfortable camps of the past. The gang that gathers there is diminished, traumatized, held together more by desperation than by hope. The dream that Dutch once spoke of so eloquently seems to have died somewhere along the way. Now there is only survival, only the next job, only the endless running from enemies who never stop pursuing. Part 10. The Unraveling. Back on American soil, the gang is a shadow of what it once was. The losses have been devastating. Hosea, Lenny, Sean, and others. The survivors are exhausted, demoralized, questioning everything they once believed. Dutch becomes increasingly erratic. He talks about plans that make no sense, forms alliances with people who clearly can't be trusted, lashes out at anyone who questions him. The charismatic leader who once inspired such loyalty is becoming someone else, someone darker. Micah Bell, a relatively new member of the gang, has become Dutch's closest advisor. Micah is everything the old gang stood against: cruel, selfish, willing to hurt anyone for personal gain. But Dutch listens to him, values his counsel, defends him against criticism. Arthur watches this transformation with growing horror. The man he's followed his whole life, the man he considered a father, is becoming a stranger. The code they once lived by, the principles that made them different from common criminals, seems to have been forgotten. Arthur's health continues to decline. The cough is constant now, and he's losing weight, losing strength. He finally sees a doctor in St. Denis who delivers the devastating news. Arthur has tuberculosis. It's terminal. He has months to live, maybe less. The diagnosis forces Arthur to confront questions he's been avoiding his whole life. What has he accomplished? What legacy will he leave? Has his life meant anything, or has he just been a killer, a thief, a man who took from others without giving anything back? Arthur begins to change. He starts helping people he would have ignored before, strangers who need assistance, debts that need to be forgiven rather than collected. He visits the widow of Thomas Downs, the man whose beating gave him this disease, and tries to make amends for what he did. He also starts to see the gang's situation more clearly. Dutch's plans are leading them toward destruction. The alliance with Micah is poisoning everything. If the gang is to survive, something has to change. Arthur isn't the only one who sees the truth. John Marston has been growing distant from Dutch, focused on his family, on Abigail and Jack. He's starting to imagine a different life, one without running, without killing, without the constant fear of capture. Sadie Adler has become one of the gang's most capable fighters, but she's also become disillusioned. She joined for revenge, and she's gotten it. Now she's not sure what she's fighting for anymore. Charles Smith, quiet and thoughtful as always, has been helping the Wapiti Indians, a tribe being pushed off their land by the government and the oil companies. He sees in their struggle a reflection of the gang's own situation, people being crushed by forces too powerful to resist. The gang is fracturing, splitting into factions, those who still believe in Dutch, led by Micah, and those who are starting to question, led by no one in particular but including Arthur, John, Charles and Sadie. The family that Dutch built is tearing itself apart. Part 11. The Native Americans. The Wapiti Indian Reservation becomes an unexpected part of the gang's story. The tribe is led by a chief named Rains Fall, a peaceful man who has tried to coexist with the white settlers, and his son Eagle Flies, a young warrior who wants to fight back. Arthur becomes involved with the Wapiti through Charles, who's been helping them survive. He meets Rains Fall and is moved by the old chief's dignity, his wisdom, his acceptance of a fate he cannot change. In Rains Fall, Arthur sees a different way of facing death. Dutch, characteristically, sees the Wapiti as an opportunity. He encourages Eagle Flies to attack the army and the oil company, hoping to create chaos that will distract from the gang's activities. It's manipulation, pure and simple, using desperate people for his own ends. Arthur is caught between his loyalty to Dutch and his growing friendship with Rains Fall. He tries to counsel peace, to prevent the violence that Dutch is encouraging. But Eagle Flies is young and angry, and Dutch's words find fertile ground. The conflict with the army escalates, leading to a battle at the oil refinery where Eagleflies is mortally wounded. Arthur carries the dying young man back to his father, watching as Rainsfall's heart breaks. It's another death that didn't need to happen, another life sacrifice for Dutch's schemes. The experience with the Wapiti crystallizes something for Arthur. He's been complicit in so much suffering, has caused so much pain. The tuberculosis is killing him anyway. What matters now is how he uses the time he has left. He can't undo the past, but he can try to do some good before the end. Arthur begins to actively work against Dutch's worst impulses, warning people who are about to be betrayed, helping those who need to escape. He's still part of the gang, still follows orders when he has to, but his heart is no longer in it. Part 12. The Rat. The gang has known for some time that someone is feeding information to the Pinkertons. The law has been too well informed, too often in the right place at the right time. There's a traitor among them, a rat. Suspicion falls on various members. Some suspect John, who has been distant and distracted. Others suspect Abigail, who has never fully embraced the outlaw life. Dutch, influenced by Micah, becomes increasingly paranoid, seeing betrayal everywhere. Arthur investigates, following leads, gathering evidence. What he discovers is both shocking and, in retrospect, obvious. The rat is Micah Bell. Micah has been working with the Pinkertons since Guarma, trading information for the promise of immunity. The revelation explains so much. Micah's rise in Dutch's estimation, his constant presence at Dutch's side, his encouragement. Of the gang's worst decisions, he's been steering them toward destruction, weakening them for the kill. Arthur confronts Dutch with the evidence, but Dutch refuses to believe it. He's too far gone, too invested in Micah, too paranoid to trust anyone. The confrontation ends badly, with Dutch choosing Micah over Arthur, over the man who's been loyal to him for 20 years. The gang splits openly now, Arthur, John, Charles and Sadie on one side, Dutch, Micah, Bill and Javier on the other. The family is broken beyond repair, and the final confrontation is inevitable. Part 13. The Last Ride. Arthur knows he's dying. The tuberculosis has progressed to the point where every breath is a struggle, where he can barely stay on his horse. But he has one last thing to do. He has to help John escape. John has a chance at a different life. He has Abigail and Jack, a family worth fighting for. If he can get away from the gang, away from Dutch and Micah, he might be able to build something real. Arthur is determined to give him that chance. The Pinkertons are closing in, surrounding Beaver Hollow, preparing for a final assault. Arthur helps John and Abigail escape, fighting off lawmen and gang members alike. He gives John his hat, his satchel, everything he has. He tells John to go, to not look back, to live. The final confrontation comes on a mountainside as the sun sets on Arthur Morgan's life. He faces Micah, the man who betrayed them all, in a brutal fight. Arthur is weak, dying, but he fights with everything he has left. Dutch arrives, gun drawn, forced to choose between Arthur and Micah. For a moment it seems like he might remember who he was, might choose the man who's been loyal to him for decades. But Dutch is lost, broken, unable to see clearly anymore. He walks away, leaving Arthur and Micah to their fate. Arthur doesn't survive the night. Whether he dies from his wounds or from the tuberculosis, the end comes as the sun rises over the mountains. His last sight is the dawn, the promise of a new day that he won't live to see. Arthur Morgan dies as he lived, fighting for the people he loves, trying to do right in a world that makes it hard. He's not a hero in any traditional sense. He's killed people, stolen from people, done terrible things. But in the end, he chose redemption. He chose to help John escape, to give someone else a chance at the life he could never have. His grave, on a hillside overlooking the valley, is marked by a simple stone. The inscription reads, "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness." It's a fitting epitaph for a man who spent his last days trying to find it. Part 14, The Aftermath. With Arthur dead and the gang scattered, the story shifts to an epilogue set several years later. John Marston has done what Arthur asked. He's tried to build a new life. John, Abigail and Jack have been living under assumed names, working honest jobs, staying out of trouble. John works at a ranch called Pronghorn, doing the hard labour of a cowboy, trying to forget the skills that made him an outlaw. But the past isn't so easy to escape. John is recognised, threatened, forced to use his guns again. The peaceful life he's tried to build is constantly under threat from people who remember what he was. John dreams of buying land, of building a home for his family, of becoming a rancher himself. It's a modest dream, nothing like Dutch's grand visions of freedom and escape. But it's real, achievable, something he can actually have. With help from Charles and Sadie, who have stayed in touch over the years, John begins to make his dream a reality. He buys land at a place called Beecher's Hope, near the town of Blackwater. He builds a house with his own hands, learning as he goes, making mistakes and fixing them. The house at Beecher's Hope is a symbol of everything John is trying to become. It's not fancy, but it's his. He built it, he owns it, he earned it through honest work. For the first time in his life, John Marston has something that wasn't stolen. Abigail and Jack join him at the ranch, and for a while, they're happy. John learns to be a husband and father, roles he neglected during his outlaw years. He's not perfect at it, but he's trying, and that counts for something. But there's unfinished business. Micah Bell is still out there, living free despite his betrayal. The man who sold out the gang, who contributed to Arthur's death, who destroyed everything Dutch built, has faced no consequences. John can't let that stand. With Charles and Sadie, he tracks Micah to a hideout in the mountains. Dutch is there too, living with Micah, still lost in whatever madness claimed him. The confrontation is violent and final. Micah dies, shot by John and surprisingly by Dutch himself. In the end, Dutch couldn't ignore the truth about Micah, couldn't pretend anymore. He kills the rat, then walks away into the snow, disappearing from John's life. John returns to Beecher's Hope, hoping that the past is finally behind him. He has his family, his land, his future. The outlaw life is over. John Marston is going to be a rancher. But the past has one more card to play. Part 15, The Bureau of Investigation. The year is 1911, 12 years after the events of the main story. John Marston is living peacefully at Beecher's Hope, raising cattle, raising his son, trying to be the man Arthur believed he could be. Then the government comes calling. Edgar Ross is an agent of the Bureau of Investigation, the predecessor to the FBI. He's been hunting the remnants of the Van der Linde gang for years, and now he's found John. Ross has a proposition: help him capture or kill the remaining gang members, and John's past crimes will be forgiven. Refuse, and John will hang, and his family will be left with nothing. It's not really a choice. Ross has taken Abigail and Jack hostage. insurance to ensure John's cooperation. John has to do what Ross wants or he'll lose everything he's built. This is where Red Dead Redemption 1 begins. John Marston, former outlaw, is forced to become a bounty hunter, tracking down the men he once called brothers. His first target is Bill Williamson, who's established himself as a gang leader in the region of New Austin. Bill has taken over an old fort called Fort Mercer, surrounding himself with criminals and killers. He's become everything the Van der Linde gang once stood against. A petty tyrant, cruel and stupid, preying on the weak. John rides to Fort Mercer alone, hoping to talk Bill into surrendering. But Bill isn't interested in talking. He shoots John and leaves him for dead outside the fort's walls. John survives, rescued by a rancher named Bonnie McFarlane. She nurses him back to health, and John begins the slow process of building the alliances he'll need to take down Bill. New Austin is a harsh land, desert and scrubland, populated by ranchers, outlaws, and people just trying to survive. John helps where he can, earning the trust of locals who might otherwise have nothing to do with a former outlaw. He works with the Marshal of Armadillo, a town plagued by crime. He helps Bonnie protect her ranch from rustlers and bandits. He does favours for a snake oil salesman named Nigel West Dickens, a grave robber named Seth, and an arms dealer named Irish. Each of them has something John needs: information, weapons, manpower. The assault on Fort Mercer, when it finally comes, is a success. Bill escapes, fleeing south into Mexico, but his gang is destroyed. John has completed the first part of his mission. But Bill isn't the only target. Javier Escuella is also in Mexico, and John will have to cross the border to find him. Part 16. Mexico in 1911 is a country at war with itself. A revolution is brewing, with rebels fighting against a corrupt government that has oppressed the people for generations. John Marston rides into this chaos, searching for Javier Escuella and Bill Williamson. The border crossing is dramatic, a ferry ride across the river into a land that feels different from anything John has known. The architecture is different, the language is different, the people are different. John is a stranger here, dependent on the help of locals to navigate the unfamiliar terrain. John finds himself caught between two factions. On one side is Colonel Allende, the provincial governor, a brutal man who maintains power through violence and fear. On the other side are the rebels, led by Abraham Reyes, a charismatic revolutionary who promises freedom and justice. John works for both sides, playing them against each other as Dutch once taught him. He does jobs for Allende, earning the colonel's trust while gathering information about Javier and Bill. He also helps the rebels, whose cause resonates with something deep in John's outlaw soul. Javier is captured first, found hiding in a rebel camp. John has a choice: kill him or capture him alive. The game allows the player to decide, but either way, Javier's story ends here. The man who once played guitar around the campfire, who fled Mexico to escape injustice, meets his fate at the hands of his former brother. Bill is harder to find. He's allied himself with Colonel Allende, serving as muscle for the corrupt regime. John has to work his way up through Allende's organization, doing increasingly distasteful jobs before he gets close enough to strike. The assault on Allende's fortress is the climax of the Mexico chapter. John fights alongside the rebels, storming the walls, cutting through Allende's soldiers. Bill and Allende try to escape together, but John catches them. Both men die, their alliance ending in a hail of bullets. With Bill and Javier dealt with, John has fulfilled most of his obligation to Ross, but there's one more target, the most important one, Dutch van der Linde himself. Part 17, The Hunt for Dutch. Dutch has been hiding in the mountains of West Elizabeth, leading a new gang composed of Native Americans who have rejected the reservation system. He's become something of a folk hero to them, a white man who fights against the government that has stolen their land. But Dutch is not the man he once was. The idealism that once drove him has curdled into something darker. He talks about freedom and justice, but his actions are increasingly violent, increasingly senseless. He's become the very thing he once claimed to fight against. John tracks Dutch through the mountains, following a trail of bodies and burned buildings. Dutch's new gang is dangerous, well-armed, and fanatically loyal. They believe in Dutch's vision, even as that vision leads them toward destruction. The final confrontation takes place at a place called Cochinay, Dutch's mountain stronghold. John fights his way through Dutch's followers, climbing higher and higher into the peaks. The landscape is beautiful and deadly, a fitting backdrop for the end of an era. John finds Dutch on a cliff overlooking a vast canyon. The two men talk, perhaps for the last time. Dutch speaks of the old days, of the dream that brought them together, of everything that went wrong. He doesn't apologize, doesn't admit fault, but there's a weariness in his voice that suggests he knows the truth. We can't fight change, Dutch says. We can't fight gravity. We can't fight nothing. It's a far cry from the fiery speeches of his youth, the promises of freedom and escape. Dutch van der Linde has finally accepted what he spent his whole life denying. The world has moved on, and there's no place in it for men like him. Rather than be captured, Dutch steps backward off the cliff, falling into the canyon below. It's a fitting end for a man who always valued freedom above all else. If he can't live free, he'll die free. John watches Dutch fall, feeling something he didn't expect: grief. Despite everything, despite the betrayals and the madness, Dutch was the closest thing to a father John ever had. His death marks the end of an era, the final chapter of the van der Linde gang. John returns to Ross, his mission complete. Bill, Javier and Dutch are all dead. The government has what it wanted. Now John wants what he was promised: his family, his freedom, his life. Part 18. Home. John returns to Beecher's Hope, to Abigail and Jack, to the life he's been fighting to protect. For a brief, beautiful moment, everything is perfect. The family is together, the ranch is thriving, the future is bright. John throws himself into the work of the ranch, herding cattle, breaking horses, doing all the things a rancher does. It's honest work, hard work, the kind of work that leaves you tired but satisfied at the end of the day. He teaches Jack to shoot, to ride, to be a man. Jack is growing up, becoming his own person, and John is proud of him. The boy has his mother's intelligence and his father's stubbornness. He'll do well in the world, John thinks. Abigail is happy, happier than John has ever seen her. She has what she always wanted: a home, a family, a husband who comes home every night. The years of running, of hiding, of fearing every knock on the door are finally over. Uncle is there too, the lazy old man who's been with the gang since the beginning. He's not much help around the ranch, but he's family, and family is what matters. The days pass peacefully, each one much like the last. John wakes with the sun, works until dark, eats dinner with his family, sleeps soundly in his own bed. It's a simple life, but it's his. He earned it. But John knows, somewhere deep inside, that it can't last. The government doesn't forgive, doesn't forget. Edgar Ross got what he wanted, but men like Ross always want more. The past isn't done with John Marston yet. Part 19. The Last Stand. They come at dawn, a small army of lawmen and soldiers surrounding Beecher's Hope. Edgar Ross has decided that John Marston knows too much, has done too much to be allowed to live. The promise of freedom was a lie, as John always suspected it might be. John sends Abigail and Jack away, telling them to ride and not look back. Uncle stays to fight, the old man finally finding his courage at the end. He dies on the porch of the house he helped build, gun in hand, facing the enemy. John fights like the outlaw he once was, cutting down lawmen with deadly precision. He's outnumbered, outgunned, but he doesn't stop. Every man he kills is another second for Abigail and Jack to escape. The barn doors open, and John steps out to face his fate. A dozen rifles are aimed at him, a firing squad assembled just for this moment. John draws his pistol, knowing he can't win, knowing he's going to die. The bullets tear through him, too many to count. John Marston falls in the dirt of his own ranch, the ranch he built with his own hands, the home he fought so hard to protect. He dies looking at the sky, the same sky he's looked at his whole life, the same sky that watched over the Van der Linde gang in their glory days, that saw their fall, that witnessed everything John did and failed to do. John Marston is dead. The last of the Van der Linde gang, the man who tried to leave the outlaw life behind, has paid the ultimate price for his past. Part 20. Jack's Revenge. The story doesn't end with John's death. There's an epilogue set 3 years later, in which we play as Jack Marston, now a young man. Jack has buried his parents at Beecher's Hope, has tried to maintain the ranch, has attempted to live the life his father wanted for him. But the grief and anger have been festering, and Jack can't let go of what was done to his family. He tracks down Edgar Ross, the man responsible for his father's death. Ross is retired from the bureau, is living comfortably on a ranch, enjoying the fruits of his career. He's fishing by a river when Jack finds him. The confrontation is brief. Ross reaches for his gun, and Jack is faster. The man who destroyed the Marston family dies by the river, killed by the son of the man he betrayed. Jack stands over Ross's body, and we're left to wonder what comes next. Has Jack become what his father tried to save him from? Is he doomed to repeat the cycle of violence that claimed so many lives, or can he find another way? The game doesn't answer these questions. It ends with Jack alone, his revenge complete but his future uncertain. The Marston family saga has come to an end, but the consequences of their choices ripple outward, affecting people and events we'll never see. Part 21. The themes of Red Dead Redemption. The Red Dead games are about many things, but at their core they're about change. The world is changing and the characters must decide how to respond. The Old West is dying throughout both games. The frontier is closing, the wild places are being tamed, the outlaws are being hunted to extinction. This isn't presented as entirely good or entirely bad. It's simply inevitable, a force of nature that can't be stopped. Dutch van der Linde represents resistance to change. He refuses to accept that the world is moving on, clings to a vision of freedom that's becoming impossible. His tragedy is that he's not entirely wrong. The world that's replacing the Old West is often cruel and unjust, but his methods, his violence, his manipulation make him part of the problem rather than the solution. Arthur Morgan represents acceptance of change. He comes to understand that the old ways are ending, that fighting against the tide is futile. His redemption comes from accepting this truth and trying to help others survive the transition. John Marston represents the attempt to change oneself. He tries to leave his past behind, to become a different person, to build a new life. His tragedy is that the world won't let him. The past catches up with him no matter how far he runs. The games also explore the nature of loyalty. The Van. Delinda Gang is bound by loyalty, but that loyalty is tested and ultimately broken. Dutch demands loyalty but doesn't return it. Arthur gives loyalty freely but learns that it can be misplaced. John's loyalty to his family is what ultimately destroys him. Redemption is the central theme, as the title suggests. Can people change? Can sins be forgiven? Can a life of violence lead to anything other than a violent end? The games suggest that redemption is possible but costly. Arthur finds it, but only at the price of his life. John seeks it, but the world won't grant it. Part 22, The World of Red Dead. The world of Red Dead Redemption is a character in itself, a vast, beautiful landscape that shapes the stories told within it. The American West of the games is based on real places but isn't meant to be a literal recreation. New Austin resembles Texas and the Southwest, with its deserts and mesas. West Elizabeth resembles the Great Plains and the Rocky Mountain foothills. Lemoyne resembles Louisiana and the Deep South. New Hanover resembles the Midwest and the Great Plains. Each region has its own character, its own wildlife, its own weather. The snowy mountains of Ambrino feel completely different from the swamps of Lemoyne, which feel different from the deserts of New Austin. The variety keeps the world feeling fresh, even after dozens of hours of exploration. The towns are equally varied. Valentine is a rough cattle town, all mud and manure. St. Denis is a sophisticated city, all cobblestones and electric lights. Strawberry is a quiet mountain community. Armadillo is a frontier town struggling to survive. The wildlife is abundant and diverse. Deer and elk roam the forests. Alligators lurk in the swamps. Bears and cougars pose threats to unwary travelers. The hunting system allows players to track, kill, and skin animals, using their pelts and meat for crafting and selling. The weather changes dynamically, with rain, snow, fog, and storms affecting visibility and gameplay. A thunderstorm rolling across the plains is a sight to behold. Lightning illuminating the landscape, rain turning trails to mud. The day-night cycle affects the world in meaningful ways. Different animals appear at different times. NPCs follow schedules, going to work in the morning and returning home at night. The lighting changes dramatically, from the golden glow of sunrise to the deep blue of twilight. This attention to detail creates a world that feels alive, that exists independently of the player. The world doesn't wait for you, it continues on its own, and you're just passing through. Part 23, The Characters We Meet. Beyond the main cast, the Red Dead games are populated with memorable characters who bring the world to life. Bonnie McFarlane is one of the first people John meets in Red Dead Redemption 1. She's a rancher's daughter, tough and capable, running her family's spread with skill and determination. She saves John's life and becomes a trusted ally, representing the honest, hard-working people of the frontier. Landon Ricketts is a legendary gunslinger living in retirement in Mexico. He's everything John might have become if he'd been born in a different era. Famous, respected, a hero of the Old West. He teaches John some of his skills and serves as a reminder that even legends grow old. Nigel West Dickens is a snake oil salesman, a con man who sells worthless tonics to gullible customers. He's comic relief, but he's also useful, providing John with information and assistance in exchange for help with his schemes. Seth Briers is a grave robber obsessed with finding a treasure that may not exist. He's disturbing and pathetic, a man who has lost himself in his obsession. He represents the madness that the frontier can breed in vulnerable minds. Irish is a drunk and a scoundrel, unreliable but occasionally useful. He helps John acquire weapons and transportation, though his help often comes with complications. Abraham Reyes is the leader of the Mexican Revolution, a charismatic figure who inspires his followers with visions of freedom and justice. But there are hints that Reyes is not as noble as he appears, that he's more interested in power than in helping his people. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the supporting cast is even richer. Trelawney is a magician and con man who appears and disappears mysteriously. Mary Linton is Arthur's former love, a woman from a respectable family who couldn't accept his outlaw life. The Downes family, whose patriarch Arthur inadvertently kills, becomes a focus of his attempts at redemption. Each of these characters has their own story, their own motivations, their own place in the world. They're not just quest givers or obstacles, they're people, as fully realised as the main characters. Part 24. The gang members in detail. The Van der Linde gang is a family, and like all families it's complicated. Each member has their own history, their own personality, their own relationship with Dutch and with each other. Dutch van der Linde is the patriarch, the leader, the visionary. He's charismatic and intelligent, able to inspire loyalty in people who have every reason to distrust. But he's also manipulative, narcissistic, and increasingly unstable. His descent from idealistic outlaw to paranoid tyrant is the tragic arc of the series. Hosea Matthews is Dutch's oldest friend and the gang's voice of reason. He's a con man by trade, preferring brains over bullets, always looking for the angle that avoids violence. His death in St. Denis removes the one person who could temper Dutch's worst impulses. Arthur Morgan is the gang's enforcer, the one who handles problems that require force. But he's more than just muscle. He's thoughtful, artistic, capable of surprising tenderness. His journal reveals a man who thinks deeply about his life and his choices. John Marston is the prodigal son, the one who left and came back, the one who's never quite fit in. His relationship with Arthur is complicated by rivalry and resentment, but also by genuine affection. John's journey from reckless outlaw to devoted family man is the heart of his story. Abigail Roberts was a prostitute before she joined the gang, a woman who did what she had to do to survive. She became John's partner and the mother of his son, and she's the one who most clearly sees the need to leave the outlaw life behind. Jack Marston is just a boy during Red Dead Redemption 2, innocent and curious, unaware of the violence that surrounds him. His kidnapping by the Braithwaites is the turning point, showing the gang that their enemies will target even children. Sadie Adler joins the gang after her husband is murdered, and she transforms from a grieving widow into one of the deadliest fighters in the group. Her rage is understandable, but it also makes her dangerous, willing to take risks that put others in jeopardy. Charles Smith is half black, half Native American, a man who belongs to no community and every community. He's quiet and competent, deadly in a fight but reluctant to kill without reason. His friendship with Arthur is one of the most genuine in the game. Lenny Summers is young and eager, full of potential that will never be realised. His death in St. Denis is one of the most shocking moments in the game, a reminder that no one is safe. Sean Maguire is Irish and proud of it, loud and boastful, always ready with a joke or a song. His death in Rhodes is equally sudden, a bullet through the head that silences him mid-sentence. Javier Escuela is a Mexican revolutionary who fled his homeland after a failed uprising. He's loyal to Dutch, perhaps too loyal, unable to see the man Dutch is becoming. His fate in Red Dead Redemption 1 is a sad end for a man who once fought for justice. Bill Williamson is rough and often cruel, a former soldier who found a home in the gang. He's not smart, but he's loyal, at least until the gang falls apart. His transformation into a petty gang leader in Red Dead Redemption 1 shows how far he's fallen. Micah Bell is the villain of Red Dead Redemption 2, a snake who worms his way into Dutch's confidence while betraying the gang to the Pinkertons. He's cruel, selfish, and utterly without redemption. His death at the end of the game is deeply satisfying. Uncle is lazy and often drunk, contributing little to the gang's operations, but he's been around since the beginning, and there's a loyalty there that transcends usefulness. His death defending Beecher's hope shows that even Uncle can find courage when it matters. Reverend Swanson is a fallen preacher, addicted to morphine, struggling with his faith. His arc in Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of recovery, as he gradually overcomes his addiction and finds purpose again. Leopold Strauss is the gang's lone shark, a role that makes him unpopular with some members. His loans to desperate people, and Arthur's role in collecting them, are a source of guilt that haunts Arthur throughout the game. Tilly Jackson escaped from a previous gang and found safety with Dutch's group. She's tough and capable, a survivor who's seen the worst of what people can do. Mary Beth Gaskill is a pickpocket and a romantic, always reading novels, always dreaming of a better life. She's one of the gentler souls in the gang, a reminder that not everyone who turns to crime is hardened by it. Karen Jones is a con woman and a drinker, vivacious and bold. Her decline over the course of the game as she drinks more and more to cope with the gang's troubles is quietly tragic. Susan Grimshaw runs the camp with an iron hand, making sure everyone does their share. She's been with Dutch since the early days, and her loyalty to him is absolute, even when it costs her. Pearson is the cook, a former sailor who keeps the gang fed. He's not a fighter, but he's essential, and his eventual fate, running a general store in Rhodes, is one of the happier endings. Part 25. The Pinkertons. The Pinkerton Detective Agency is the primary antagonist of Red Dead Redemption 2, a relentless force that pursues the gang across the country. The Pinkertons were a real organisation, founded in 1850 by Alan Pinkerton. They provided security for railroads, broke strikes, and hunted outlaws. By the late 1800s, they were the closest thing America had to a national police force. In the game, the Pinkertons are represented primarily by two agents, Andrew Milton and Edgar Ross. Milton is the senior agent, cultured and ruthless, convinced of his own righteousness. Ross is younger, more brutal, willing to do whatever it takes to get results. Milton pursues the gang throughout Red Dead Redemption 2, appearing at key moments to remind them that they can't escape. He offers deals, makes threats, and ultimately dies at the hands of Abigail Roberts, who shoots him to save Arthur. Ross survives to become the primary antagonist of Red Dead Redemption 1. He's risen in the ranks, now leading the Bureau of Investigation. He's the one who forces John to hunt his former brothers, who promises freedom and delivers death. The Pinkertons represent the New Order, the civilization that's replacing the frontier. They're not evil in a simple sense. They're enforcing laws, bringing order to chaos, but their methods are often as brutal as the outlaws they hunt, and their promises are not to be trusted. Part 26. The Strangers. Both Red Dead games feature stranger missions, encounters with unusual characters who need help with various tasks. These missions add depth to the world and often explore themes that the main story doesn't have time for. Some strangers are comic, like the man who's convinced he's being followed by his own hat, or the woman who wants help finding her missing husband, who turns out to have been eaten by a pig. Others are tragic, like the veteran who can't adjust to civilian life, or the widow struggling to survive on her own. These stories show the human cost of the changing world, the people left behind by progress. Some stranger missions span multiple encounters, telling stories that unfold over time. The photographer who wants to capture images of the dying West, the scientist who's experimenting with electricity, the writer who's researching a book about gunslingers. These missions are optional, but they reward players who take the time to explore. They make the world feel richer, more populated, more real. Part 27. The Honor System. Both Red Dead games feature an honor system that tracks the player's moral choices. Helping people increases honor, hurting innocents decreases it. Honor affects how NPCs react to the player, with high honor characters receiving discounts and friendly greetings, while low honor characters face hostility and higher prices. More importantly, honor affects the story. In Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur's honor level influences his final moments, determining whether he dies peacefully watching the sunrise or violently fighting Micah. The honor system encourages players to think about their choices, to consider the consequences of their actions. It's possible to play as a ruthless killer, but the game makes clear that this path leads to a darker ending. The system isn't perfect. It can feel arbitrary at times, with some actions affecting honor more than seems warranted, but it adds a moral dimension to the gameplay, making players complicit in the characters' choices. Part 28. The Hunting and Survival. Hunting is a major part of both Red Dead games, providing resources for crafting, selling, and survival. The hunting system is detailed and realistic. Different animals require different approaches. You can't hunt a deer the same way you hunt a rabbit. Weapons matter too. Using the wrong gun can damage the pelt, reducing its value. Legendary animals provide special challenges, unique creatures that are harder to find and harder to kill. Their pelts can be used to craft special items, rewarding players who take on the challenge. The survival elements extend beyond hunting. Players must eat to maintain health and stamina. They must dress appropriately for the weather. They must care for their horses, feeding and grooming them to maintain their performance. These systems create immersion, making the player feel like they're actually living in the world rather than just passing through it. The need to hunt, to eat, to survive grounds the fantastical elements of the story in physical reality. Part 29. The Horses. Horses are essential to the Red Dead experience, serving as transportation, companions, and status symbols. Each horse has its own stats: speed, acceleration, health, stamina. Different breeds excel at different things. Racehorses are fast but fragile, while draft horses are slow but sturdy. More importantly, each horse has its own personality. Some are brave, standing firm in the face of danger. Others are skittish, throwing their riders at the first sign of trouble. Building a bond with a horse improves its performance and its loyalty. The bond between player and horse is one of the most emotionally resonant elements of the games. Horses can be named, customized, cared for. When a horse dies, it's genuinely sad, a loss that players feel. Arthur's horse dies with him in the final mission of Red Dead Redemption 2, a moment that hits harder than many human deaths in the game. The horse has been with the player for dozens of hours, through countless adventures. Its death marks the end of an era. Part 30. Undead Nightmare. Undead Nightmare is a standalone expansion for Red Dead Redemption 1, offering a supernatural twist on the Western setting. It's not canon to the main story, but it's a beloved part of the Red Dead experience. The expansion begins with John Marston at Beecher's Hope, living peacefully with his family. Then Uncle stumbles in, transformed into a zombie, and bites Abigail and Jack. John is forced to hogtie his infected family and set out to find a cure. The world has been transformed. The dead are rising from their graves, attacking the living, spreading the infection. Towns are under siege, survivors are desperate, and no one knows what's causing the plague. John travels across the map, helping survivors, clearing graveyards, searching for answers. He encounters familiar characters in new situations. Seth the grave robber is thriving in this new world, while Nigel West Dickens is trying to profit from the chaos. The tone is different from the main game, mixing horror with dark comedy. Zombies shamble across the landscape, but there are also mythical creatures, Sasquatches, unicorns, the four horses of the apocalypse. It's a fever dream version of the Red Dead world. The cause of the plague is eventually revealed, a cursed Aztec mask that was stolen from a tomb. John must return the mask to break the curse and save his family. The final mission takes John to the tomb, where he faces hordes of undead and finally returns the mask. The curse is lifted, the dead return to their graves, and John's family is cured. For a moment, everything is right, but there's a twist. In the epilogue, we see John's grave at Beecher's Hope. A hand bursts from the soil. John has risen as an undead, doomed to wander the earth forever. It's a dark ending, but fitting for a horror story. Undead Nightmare is pure fun, a chance to experience the Red Dead world in a completely different way. It doesn't have the emotional depth of the main games, but it doesn't need to. It's a Halloween special, a what-if scenario, a chance to shoot zombies in the Old West. Part 31. The Mythology of Undead. Nightmare. Undead Nightmare draws on various mythological and horror traditions, creating a unique blend of Western and supernatural elements. The zombies themselves are classic Romero-style undead. Slow, shambling, dangerous in numbers. They can be killed with headshots, and they're attracted to noise and movement. Different types of zombies have different abilities. Some are fast, some spit acid, some explode when killed. The four horses of the apocalypse appear as mountable steeds, each with unique abilities. War leaves a trail of fire. Famine has infinite stamina. Pestilence is nearly invulnerable. Death causes zombies to explode on contact. Sasquatches appear in the wilderness, peaceful creatures who are being hunted to extinction. The player can choose to kill them or spare them, with the latter option leading to a poignant encounter with the last surviving Sasquatch. The unicorn is a rare mount that can only be found after breaking the four horses of the apocalypse. It's fast and beautiful, a touch of fantasy in a world of horror. The Aztec mythology underlying the curse adds depth to the supernatural elements. The mask is connected to ancient rituals, to powers that predate European settlement. It's a reminder that the Americas have their own mythological traditions, their own sources of supernatural power. Part 32. The Music of Red Dead. The music of the Red Dead games is essential to their atmosphere, creating emotional resonance that elevates the storytelling. The scores, composed by Woody Jackson with contributions from various artists, blend traditional Western instrumentation with modern techniques. Acoustic guitars, harmonicas, and strings create a sound that's both nostalgic and contemporary. Certain moments are defined by their music. The ride into Mexico in Red Dead Redemption 1, accompanied by Jose Gonzalez's Far Away, is one of gaming's most memorable sequences. The song captures the loneliness and beauty of the journey, the sense of crossing into unknown territory. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the song Unshaken plays during a pivotal moment in Arthur's story, as he rides back to camp after receiving his diagnosis. The lyrics speak directly to Arthur's situation, to his struggle to find meaning in the face of death. That's the Way It Is plays during Arthur's final ride, a haunting song that accompanies flashbacks to key moments in his journey. It's a farewell, a summation, a recognition that the end is near. The ambient music changes based on location and situation. Tense strings accompany combat, gentle guitar accompanies peaceful exploration. The music responds to the player's actions, creating a dynamic soundtrack that enhances every moment. Part 33. The Side Activities. Beyond the main story and stranger missions, the Red Dead games offer numerous side activities that flesh out the world. Poker, blackjack, and other gambling games can be played in saloons across the map. These aren't just mini-games, they're opportunities to interact with NPCs, to experience the social life of the frontier. Hunting challenges task players with killing specific animals in specific ways. Completing these challenges unlocks rewards and provides goals for exploration. Treasure hunts send players across the map following clues to hidden caches of money and items. The clues are often cryptic, requiring careful observation of the environment. Bounty hunting allows players to capture or kill wanted criminals for rewards. These missions provide combat challenges and moral choices as players decide whether to bring targets in alive or dead. Fishing is a peaceful activity, a chance to relax by a river or lake and try to catch various species. Different fish require different techniques, and legendary fish provide special challenges. Photography, introduced in Red Dead Redemption 2, allows players to capture images of the world. Completing photography challenges requires finding and photographing specific subjects. These activities aren't necessary to complete the games, but they reward players who engage with them. They make the world feel more complete, more lived in, more real. Part 34. The Camp Life. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the gang's camp is a living community that changes over the course of the game. Camp members have their own routines, their own conversations, their own relationships. They eat together, work together, argue together. The camp feels like a real place, populated by real people. Arthur can contribute to the camp by donating money, food, and supplies. These contributions improve camp morale and unlock upgrades like better food and ammunition. Conversations around the campfire reveal character backstories and relationships. Dutch gives speeches about the future. Hosea tells stories about the old days. The women discuss their hopes and fears. These moments of quiet character development are as important as the action sequences. The camp's location changes as the story progresses, reflecting the gang's circumstances. The comfortable camp at Horseshoe Overlook gives way to the cramped quarters of Shady Bell, which gives way to the grim caves of Beaver Hollow. Each location reflects the gang's declining fortunes. As the story darkens, the camp atmosphere changes. Morale drops. Arguments become more frequent. The sense of family that once defined the gang begins to fracture. The camp becomes a barometer of the gang's health, showing the player how bad things have gotten. Part 35, the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption. After Arthur's death, Red Dead Redemption 2 continues with an extensive epilogue focused on John Marston. The epilogue is set several years after the main story, showing John's attempts to build a new life. He works at a ranch, saves money, dreams of buying his own land. The epilogue serves multiple purposes. It provides closure for John's story, showing how he went from outlaw to rancher. It connects Red Dead Redemption 2 to Red Dead Redemption 1, setting up the events of the earlier game, and it allows players to continue exploring the world after the main story ends, building the house at Beecher's Hope is a highlight of the epilogue. John literally constructs his future, hammering boards, raising walls, creating a home. The sequence is accompanied by uplifting music, a moment of hope after the tragedy of Arthur's death. The epilogue also provides the confrontation with Micah that players have been waiting for. John, Charles and Sadie track Micah to his hideout and kill him, avenging Arthur and the others who died because of his betrayal. Dutch's appearance at the end of this confrontation is surprising. He's been living with Micah, but when the moment comes, he shoots Micah himself. It's ambiguous whether this represents redemption or just another betrayal. Dutch walks away without explanation, leaving John to wonder what it means. The epilogue ends with John at peace, his family together, his home built, his enemy dead. It's a happy ending, but players who have played Red Dead Redemption 1 know it won't last. The tragedy is coming, even if John doesn't know it yet. Part 36. The connections between games. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1, and the connections between the games are numerous and meaningful. Characters who appear in both games are shown at different points in their lives. John is younger and more reckless in the prequel, not yet the weary family man of the sequel. Dutch is more charismatic, not yet fully consumed by paranoia. Bill and Javier are loyal gang members, not yet the villains they'll become. Locations appear in both games, sometimes changed by the passage of time. Blackwater, inaccessible for most of Red Dead Redemption 2 due to the gang's wanted status, is fully explorable in Red Dead Redemption 1. Beecher's Hope, built in the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2, is John's home in Red Dead Redemption 1. Dialogue in Red Dead Redemption 1 takes on new meaning after playing the prequel. John's reluctance to talk about his past, his complicated feelings about Dutch, his guilt over the people he's lost, all make more sense when you know what he's been through. The prequel also recontextualizes the original game's ending. John's death is even more tragic when you know how hard he fought to escape the outlaw life, how much Arthur sacrificed to give him a chance. The cycle of violence that claims John was set in motion long before the events of Red Dead Redemption 1. Part 37. The Legacy of Red Dead. The Red Dead series has left a significant mark on gaming, influencing how open-world games are designed and how stories are told in interactive media. Red Dead Redemption 1 was praised for its storytelling, its world design, and its emotional impact. it proved that Western settings could work in video games, that players would engage with slower-paced, more contemplative experiences. Red Dead Redemption 2 raised the bar even higher. Its attention to detail, its character development, its willingness to let moments breathe, set new standards for the medium. It's frequently cited as one of the greatest games ever made. The games have influenced other developers, showing what's possible when resources and talent are devoted to creating immersive worlds. The emphasis on environmental storytelling, on NPC routines, on dynamic weather and wildlife, has become more common in open-world games. The emotional storytelling has also been influential. Games increasingly try to create the kind of character attachment that Red Dead achieves, the sense that you're not just controlling a character but living their life. Part 38. The Philosophy of Red Dead. Beneath the gunfights and horse rides, the Red Dead games engage with philosophical questions about freedom, civilization, and the nature of progress. The tension between freedom and civilization is central to both games. Dutch's dream of freedom is appealing, but it's also destructive, leading to violence and death. The civilization that's replacing the frontier is often corrupt and cruel, but it also brings order and stability. The games don't offer easy answers. They show the costs of both freedom and civilization, the people crushed by progress and the people destroyed by resistance to it. The player is left to draw their own conclusions. The nature of redemption is another philosophical thread. Can people change? Can sins be forgiven? Arthur's arc suggests that redemption is possible, but it requires genuine change, not just regret. John's arc suggests that the world may not allow redemption, that the past has a way of catching up. The games also explore the myth of the West, the stories we tell about the frontier and the people who lived there. The characters are aware of these myths, sometimes playing into them, sometimes subverting them. Dutch sees himself as a folk hero. The reality is more complicated. Part 39. The Technical Achievements. The Red Dead games are technical marvels, pushing the boundaries of what's possible in interactive entertainment. The world simulation is incredibly detailed. Animals behave realistically, hunting prey, fleeing predators, responding to the player's presence. NPCs have routines, going about their daily lives whether the player is watching or not. The graphics are stunning, particularly in Red Dead Redemption 2. The lighting, the weather effects, the character animations all contribute to a visual experience that rivals film. The physics engine creates believable interactions. Horses respond to terrain. Bodies react to impacts. Fire spreads realistically. These details add up to a world that feels physically real. The voice acting and motion capture bring characters to life. The performances are nuanced and emotional, conveying subtle feelings through tone and gesture. The characters feel like real people, not just video game avatars. Part 40. Playing the games. Today. For those who want to experience the Red Dead saga, both games remain highly playable today. Red Dead Redemption 1 is available on Xbox, backward compatible, and PlayStation through PlayStation Now. A remastered version has been released, improving the graphics while maintaining the original gameplay. Red Dead Redemption 2 is available on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series XS, and PC. The PC version offers enhanced graphics and performance for those with capable hardware. Playing in chronological order, Red Dead Redemption 2 first, then Red Dead Redemption 1, provides a different experience than release order. The prequel adds context to the original, but it also spoils some of the mystery about John's past. Undead Nightmare is included with Red Dead Redemption 1 and provides a fun diversion after completing the main story. The games are long, requiring dozens of hours to complete, but they reward that investment with rich storytelling and immersive worlds that stay with players long after the credits roll. Part 41. The Quiet Moments. For a sleep story, it's worth dwelling on the quiet moments that make Red Dead special. These are the moments between the action, the times when the world slows down and you can simply exist in it. Sitting by a campfire, watching the flames dance, listening to the crackle of burning wood, the stars overhead, more than you've ever seen in a city sky, the distant howl of a coyote, the rustle of wind through grass. Riding slowly through a forest at dawn, mist rising from the ground, sunlight filtering through the leaves, the steady rhythm of hoofbeats, the creak of leather, the breathing of your horse, no destination, no urgency, just the journey itself. Fishing by a river, casting your line, waiting for a bite. The water flowing past, carrying leaves and reflections, the patience required, the satisfaction when a fish finally takes the bait. Watching a thunderstorm roll across the plains, lightning illuminating the landscape, rain turning the world silver. Finding shelter under a tree or in a barn, waiting for the storm to pass, listening to the thunder fade into the distance. These moments are what make Red Dead more than just a game. They're opportunities for peace, for reflection, for simply being present in a beautiful world. They're perfect for drifting off to sleep, letting the gentle rhythms carry you away. Part 42. The Landscapes. The landscapes of Red Dead are characters in themselves, each with its own mood and meaning. The heartlands are rolling grasslands dotted with wildflowers, home to herds of deer and bison. They represent the classic image of the American West, the open range that drew settlers and dreamers. The Grizzlies are snow-capped mountains, harsh and beautiful, where survival is a constant struggle. They represent the challenge of the frontier, the places where only the strong survive. The swamps of Lemoyne are mysterious and dangerous, full of alligators and secrets. They represent the darker side of the South, the history of slavery and violence that haunts the region. The deserts of New Austin are stark and unforgiving, where water is precious and shade is rare. They represent the end of the frontier, the last wild places before civilization takes over completely. Each landscape has its own wildlife, its own weather, its own feeling. Travelling through them is like travelling through different worlds, each with its own rules and its own beauty. Part 43. The Seasons. Red Dead Redemption. 2 begins in winter and ends in spring, and the changing seasons mirror the emotional arc of the story. The winter in the mountains is harsh and desperate, reflecting the gang's situation after Blackwater. Everything is frozen, survival is uncertain, hope is hard to find. Spring brings new life, new possibilities. The gang moves to greener pastures, starts to rebuild. There's optimism in the air, a sense that things might work out after all. Summer is the height of the gang's activity, the time of big plans and bigger risks. The heat mirrors the intensity of the action, the pressure building toward explosion. Fall brings decline, decay, the sense that things are ending. The leaves change colour and fall, just as the gang's fortunes fade. The beauty of autumn is tinged with sadness. The epilogue returns to spring, to new beginnings. John builds his house, starts his new life. The cycle continues, even as individuals fall away. Part 44. The Animals. The wildlife of Red Dead is diverse and beautifully rendered, adding life and danger to the world. Deer are common throughout the map, graceful creatures that flee at the first sign of danger. Hunting them requires patience and skill, approaching quietly, taking careful aim. Bears are rare and dangerous, capable of killing an unprepared player in seconds. Encountering one in the wild is always tense, a reminder that nature is not always gentle. Wolves hunt in packs, surrounding their prey, attacking from multiple directions. They're most dangerous at night, their eyes glowing in the darkness. Alligators lurk in the swamps, nearly invisible until they strike. They're patient predators, waiting for prey to come close before attacking with devastating speed. Eagles soar overhead, riding the thermals, scanning the ground for prey. Watching them fly is one of the simple pleasures of the game, a reminder to look up sometimes. Horses, of course, are everywhere, wild and domesticated, each with its own personality. They're not just transportation, they're companions, partners in the journey. Part 45. The weather. The weather in Red Dead is dynamic and beautiful, affecting gameplay and atmosphere in meaningful ways. Rain transforms the world, turning dust to mud, filling rivers and streams. The sound of rain on a tent or a hat is soothing, a natural white noise that encourages relaxation. Snow in the mountains is harsh and beautiful, limiting visibility, slowing movement. The crunch of footsteps in fresh snow, the way it clings to clothes and horses, adds to the immersion. Fog rolls in unexpectedly, reducing visibility, creating an eerie atmosphere. Navigating through fog requires caution, as dangers can appear suddenly from the mist. Thunderstorms are spectacular, with lightning illuminating the landscape and thunder rolling across the sky. They're dangerous too. Lightning can strike the player or their horse. Clear days are the most common, with blue skies and good visibility. But even clear days have variety, from the golden light of morning to the deep blue of twilight. Part 46. The towns. Each town in Red Dead has its own character, its own economy, its own place in the world. Valentine is a cattle town, rough and muddy, full of cowboys spending their wages. The saloon is always busy, fights break out regularly, and the smell of livestock is everywhere. Strawberry is a mountain town, quiet and picturesque, catering to wealthy tourists who come to experience the wilderness in comfort. It's a contrast to the rougher settlements, a glimpse of how the West is being tamed. Rhodes is a southern town, still bearing the scars of the Civil War. The tension between the Braithwaites and the Greys defines the community, and outsiders are viewed with suspicion. St. Denis is a city, the largest settlement in the game. It has paved streets, electric lights, a police force, all the trappings of civilization. It's a glimpse of the future, the world that's replacing the frontier. Armadillo in Red Dead Redemption 1 is a frontier town struggling to survive. It's plagued by outlaws and disease, a community on the edge of collapse. Blackwater is a growing town, transitioning from frontier settlement to modern city. It represents the change that's sweeping the West, the civilization that's pushing out the old ways. Part 47. The Sunsets. The sunsets in Red Dead are legendary, some of the most beautiful in gaming. They're worth pausing for, worth watching as the sky transforms. The colours shift from blue to gold to orange to red, painting the clouds in shades that seem impossible. The sun sinks toward the horizon, growing larger and redder as it descends. Silhouettes stand out against the bright sky. Trees, mountains, buildings, horses. Everything becomes a shadow against the light, simplified to its essential shape. The light changes everything it touches. Grass becomes golden, water becomes fire. The world is transformed, made magical by the dying light. And then the sun slips below the horizon, and the colours fade, and the stars begin to appear. The transition from day to night is gradual and beautiful, a daily miracle that never gets old. These sunsets are perfect for winding down, for letting go of the day's tensions, for preparing for sleep. They're reminders that beauty exists, that the world can be peaceful, that there's always another day coming. Part 48. The campfires. Campfires are central to the Red Dead experience, places of rest and reflection in a dangerous world. Setting up camp is a ritual, finding good spot, gathering wood, striking a match. The fire catches, grows, becomes a source of warmth and light in the darkness. Around the fire, stories are told. In the gang's camp, members share tales of their pasts, their hopes, their fears. These conversations reveal character, build relationships, create the sense of family that defines the gang. Cooking at the fire is practical but also satisfying. Preparing a meal from ingredients you've gathered, watching it cook, eating it to restore health and stamina. It's a connection to basic human needs, a grounding in physical reality. Sleeping by the fire advances time, allowing you to skip to morning or evening as needed. But it's also a moment of vulnerability, a reminder that even in a game, rest is necessary. The fire crackles and pops, sending sparks into the night sky. The warmth pushes back the darkness, creates a circle of safety in a dangerous world. It's a primal comfort, as old as humanity itself. Part 49. The stars. The night sky in Red Dead is spectacular, filled with more stars than most players have ever seen in real life. Away from the towns, away from the electric lights of St. Denis, the sky comes alive. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens, a river of light made of countless distant suns. Constellations are visible, the same patterns that humans have watched for thousands of years. Orion, the Big Dipper, the North Star, all present and correct, guiding travellers as they have since ancient times. Shooting stars streak across the sky occasionally, brief flashes of light that reward patient observation. They're easy to miss if you're not looking, but magical when you catch them. The moon goes through its phases from new to full and back again. A full moon illuminates the landscape, casting shadows, making night travel easier. A new moon leaves the world in darkness, with only the stars for light. Lying on your back, looking up at the stars, is one of the most peaceful experiences the game offers. It's a reminder of how small we are, how vast the universe is, how much there is beyond our daily concerns. Part 50. The rivers wind through the Red Dead world, sources of life and beauty in the landscape. The Dakota River flows through the heartlands, a broad waterway that supports farms and ranches along its banks. Fishing here is productive, with various species available depending on the season and the bait. The Kamassa River runs through Lemoyne, slower and murkier, home to catfish and alligators. The swamps along its banks are dangerous but beautiful, full of cypress trees and Spanish moss. The San Luis River marks the border with Mexico, a significant crossing in Red Dead Redemption 1. The ferry ride across is a memorable moment, a transition from one world to another. Rivers provide water for drinking and cooking, fish for eating, paths for travel. There are obstacles too, requiring bridges or fords to cross. They shape the landscape, carving valleys, creating fertile bottomlands. The sound of flowing water is soothing, a natural soundtrack for relaxation. Sitting by a river, watching the water flow past, is one of the game's simple pleasures. Part 51. The Mountains. The mountains of Red Dead are majestic and dangerous, the roof of the world. Mount Hagen, in the Grizzlies, is the site of the final confrontation with Micah. It's a fitting location, high and cold, removed from the world below. The mountains are home to unique wildlife, mountain lions, bighorn sheep, eagles. Hunting here is challenging, requiring navigation of steep terrain and harsh weather. The views from the peaks are spectacular, showing the world spread out below. On a clear day, you can see for miles across forests and plains and rivers. The mountains represent challenge and achievement. Climbing them is difficult, but the reward is worth the effort. They're goals to strive for, tests to pass. They're also places of solitude, far from the towns and the people. In the mountains, you can be truly alone, with only the wind and the snow for company. Part 52. The Forests. The forests of Red Dead are dense and mysterious, full of life and secrets. The forests of West Elizabeth are home to deer, elk, and bears. The trees are tall and old, their canopy filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The forests of Roanoke Ridge are darker, more ominous. Strange things happen here, and the locals tell stories of hauntings and disappearances. The trees seem to press in, creating a sense of claustrophobia. Walking through a forest is a different experience than riding. The pace is slower, the details more visible. You notice the mushrooms growing on fallen logs, the birds flitting between branches, the squirrels chattering in the trees. The sound of the forest is a symphony. Birdsong, rustling leaves, creaking branches, the distant call of an owl. It's a living soundscape, constantly changing, never quite the same twice. Forests are places of refuge, where you can disappear from pursuers, where you can hide and rest and recover. They're also places of danger, where predators lurk and visibility is limited. Part 53. The Plains. The plains are the heart of the American West, the open range that defined an era. The heartlands are classic plains country, rolling grasslands stretching to the horizon. Herds of bison once roamed here in numbers that darken the land. Now they're rare, hunted nearly to extinction. The plains are home to pronghorn antelope, the fastest animals in North America. Hunting them requires patience and a good rifle. They can outrun any horse. The wind on the plains is constant, bending the grass in waves that look like water. It's a lonely sound, the wind, a reminder of how empty this land can be. Riding across the plains at sunset with the sky on, fire and the grass golden, is one of the most beautiful experiences in gaming. It's a moment of pure freedom, of being alone in a vast and beautiful world. The plains are also dangerous. There's no cover here, no place to hide. If trouble finds you on the plains, you have to face it head on. Part 54. The Swamps. The swamps of Lemoyne are unlike anywhere else in the game, a world of water and mud and danger. The swamps are home to alligators, the most dangerous predators in the game. They lurk in the water, nearly invisible, waiting for prey to come close. A moment's inattention can be fatal. The vegetation is lush and strange. Cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, water lilies floating on still pools, reeds and rushes growing thick along the banks. The sound of the swamp is distinctive. Frogs croaking, insects buzzing, birds calling. At night the sounds intensify. creating an eerie chorus that can be unsettling or soothing depending on your mood. Navigating the swamp requires a boat or careful wading. The water is murky, hiding what lies beneath. Every step is uncertain, every shadow potentially dangerous, but the swamp has its own beauty. The light filtering through the trees, the reflections on the water, the sense of being in a world apart from the rest of the map. It's a place of mystery and wonder, as well as danger. Part 55. The Deserts. The deserts of New Austin are harsh and beautiful, the last frontier. The desert is a place of extremes, blazing hot during the day, cold at night. Water is precious, shade is rare, and survival requires preparation and caution. The landscape is stark. Red rock formations, sandy washes, sparse vegetation. Cacti and Joshua trees dot the landscape, adapted to the harsh conditions. The wildlife is different here. Armadillos, roadrunners, rattlesnakes. The animals have adapted to the desert, finding ways to survive where water is scarce. The desert has its own beauty, especially at dawn and dusk when the light paints the rocks in shades of red and gold. The clarity of the air, the vastness of the sky, the sense of being at the edge of the world. The desert is where the Old West made its last stand, where outlaws fled when everywhere else became too civilized. It's fitting that Red Dead Redemption 1 takes place largely here, in the dying days of the frontier. Part 56. The Sounds of the World. The sound design of Red Dead is exceptional, creating an immersive audio landscape that enhances every moment. The sounds of nature are constant and varied. Birds sing different songs depending on the region and the time of day. Insects buzz in the summer heat. Wind rustles through different types of vegetation with different sounds. The sounds of civilization are equally detailed. Towns have their own soundscapes. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the chatter of crowds, the music from saloons. Each town sounds different, reflecting its character and economy. The sounds of action are visceral and impactful. Gunshots echo across valleys, hooves thunder on hard ground, fists connect with satisfying thuds. The audio feedback makes every action feel real. The sounds of quiet are perhaps most important for a sleep story. The crackle of a campfire, the gentle flow of a river, the soft breathing of a sleeping horse. These sounds create peace, invite relaxation, encourage sleep. Part 57. The Passage of Time. Time passes in Red Dead, and the world changes with it. Days and nights cycle, each with its own character. Mornings are fresh and hopeful, with mist rising from valleys and birds beginning to sing. Afternoons are bright and busy, the world fully awake. Evenings are golden and peaceful, the day winding down. Nights are mysterious and dangerous, full of different sounds and different creatures. The passage of time affects gameplay. Some animals are only active at certain times. Some missions can only be done during the day or night. The world has rhythms that the player learns to work with. Time also passes in the story, with months and years elapsing between chapters. Characters age, situations change, the world moves on. The passage of time gives weight to the narrative, a sense that these events are unfolding over a significant period. For a sleep story, the passage of time is comforting. It reminds us that night will become day, that difficult times will pass, that there's always a new beginning waiting. Part 58. The Meaning of Home. Home is a central theme in the Red Dead games, the thing that characters fight for and dream of. For the Vanderlind gang, home is the camp, the community they've built together. It's not a place but a group of people, a family bound by choice rather than blood. When the camp falls apart, they lose their home even though they're still together. For John Marston, home is Beecher's hope, the ranch he builds with his own hands. It represents everything he's fighting for: stability, legitimacy, a future for his family. When he dies defending it, he dies defending his home. For Arthur Morgan, home is more complicated. He's never had a permanent home, has spent his life moving from camp to camp. His home is the gang, and when the gang betrays him, he loses his home. His final gift to John is the chance to have what Arthur never could. The longing for home is universal, something that resonates across cultures and times. The Red Dead games tap into this longing, making us feel the character's desire for a place to belong. Part 59. The end of an era. The Red Dead games are elegies for a vanishing world, laments for the passing of the Old West. The frontier is closing throughout both games. The wild places are being fenced, the outlaws are being hunted, the old ways are being replaced by new ones. Progress is inevitable, but it comes at a cost. The characters know they're living at the end of an era. Dutch talks about it constantly, raging against the dying of the light. John tries to adapt, to find a place in the new world. Arthur accepts it, finding peace in the knowledge that the world will go on without him. The games don't romanticize the Old West uncritically. They show its violence, its injustice, its cruelty. But they also show its freedom, its beauty, its sense of possibility. The loss of these things is real, even if the things themselves were imperfect. The end of an era is always bittersweet. Something is lost, but something new is gained. The Red Dead games capture this bittersweetness perfectly, mourning what's passing while acknowledging that change is necessary. Part 60. The Dreams of Dutch. Dutch van der Linde's dream is the engine that drives the van der Linde gang, the vision that inspires loyalty and sacrifice. The dream is simple: freedom. Freedom from the government, from the corporations, from the rules that constrain ordinary people. A place where they can live according to their own code, answerable to no one. Dutch talks about Tahiti, about Australia, about anywhere that isn't here. The specific destination doesn't matter. What matters is the idea of escape, of starting over, of finding a place where the old ways still work. The dream is seductive. It offers hope to people who have none, purpose to people who are lost, family to people who are alone. It's why people follow Dutch, why they're willing to kill and die for him. But the dream is also a lie, or at least an impossibility. There is no place beyond the reach of civilization, no escape from the modern world. Dutch's dream is always receding, always one more job away, always just out of reach. The tragedy of Dutch is that he can't let go of the dream, even when it's clearly destroying him and everyone around him. He'd rather die chasing an impossibility than accept a diminished reality. Part 61. The Redemption of Arthur. Arthur Morgan's redemption is the emotional heart of Red Dead Redemption 2, a journey from cynicism to hope. Arthur begins the game as Dutch's enforcer, a man who does terrible things without much reflection. He's not evil, but he's not good either. He's a product of his environment, shaped by violence and survival. The diagnosis of tuberculosis forces Arthur to confront his mortality, to ask what his life has meant. The answer at first is not encouraging. He's killed people, stolen from people, hurt people. His ledger is deeply in the red. But Arthur has time, a little time, to try to balance the books. He helps people he would have ignored before. He tries to make amends for past wrongs. He works to give Jon and his family a chance at a better life. Arthur's redemption isn't about erasing his sins. That's impossible. It's about choosing to be different, to do good with the time he has left. It's about finding meaning in helping others, even when he can't help himself. His death is sad but peaceful. He's done what he could. He's given Jon a chance. He's found something like grace in his final moments. This sunrise he watches is a promise of new beginnings, even if he won't be there to see them. Part 62. The Tragedy of Jon. Jon Marston's story is a tragedy. The tale of a man who tries to escape his past and fails. Jon wants what most people want: a home, a family, a peaceful life. He's willing to work for it, to change, to become someone new. He builds a house, raises cattle, tries to be a good husband and father. But the past won't let him go. The government forces him to hunt his former brothers. The skills he's trying to forget are the only things that can save his family. He's trapped by who he used to be. Jon's death is the culmination of this tragedy. He does everything right, everything that's asked of him, and he's still betrayed. The promise of freedom was always a lie. The past always catches up. The tragedy is deepened by what we know from Red Dead Redemption 2. Arthur died to give Jon this chance, and Jon's chance ends in a hail of bullets. The sacrifice was meaningful, but it wasn't enough. Jon's story is a reminder that redemption isn't guaranteed, that the world doesn't always reward good intentions. Sometimes the past is too heavy to escape, no matter how hard you try. Part 63. The cycle continues. Jack Marston's revenge on Edgar Ross suggests that the cycle of violence continues, that the sins of the fathers are visited on the sons. Jack was supposed to be different. Jon and Abigail wanted him to have an education, to become a lawyer or a writer, to escape the outlaw life. They sacrificed everything to give him that chance. But Jack watched his father die, watched his mother grieve herself to death. The trauma of his childhood shaped him, just as trauma shaped Jon and Arthur before him. When Jack kills Ross, he becomes what his parents feared: another outlaw, another killer, another man marked for a violent end. The cycle that claimed Dutch and Arthur and Jon claims Jack too. Or does it? The game leaves Jack's future ambiguous. Maybe he'll be caught and hanged. Maybe he'll become an outlaw like his father. Or maybe he'll find another way, break the cycle, build something new. The ambiguity is intentional. The Red Dead games don't offer easy answers about fate and free will, about whether people can change, about whether the cycle can be broken. They leave these questions for the player to ponder. Part 64. The meaning of loyalty. Loyalty is tested throughout the Red Dead games, and the results are often tragic. The Van der Linde gang is built on loyalty. Members are expected to put the gang first, to sacrifice for each other, to follow Dutch's lead. This loyalty creates a powerful bond, a sense of family that sustains them through hard times. But loyalty can be misplaced. Dutch demands loyalty but doesn't return it, abandoning Arthur when he needs him most. Micah exploits the gang's loyalty, using it to cover his betrayal. Bill and Javier's loyalty to Dutch leads them to become villains. Arthur's loyalty evolves over the course of the game. He starts loyal to Dutch, questioning nothing. He ends loyal to Jon and his family, willing to die to give them a chance. His loyalty shifts from a person to a principle. John's loyalty is to his family above all else. He does terrible things to protect them, hunts his former brothers, kills people he once called friends. His loyalty is admirable, but also destructive. The game suggests that loyalty is valuable but dangerous. Blind loyalty leads to tragedy. Loyalty must be earned and must be reciprocal. When it's not, it becomes a chain rather than a bond. Part 65. The Women of Red Dead. The women of Red Dead are often overlooked, but they're essential to the story and the world. Abigail Roberts is the moral centre of the Marston family. She sees clearly what John often misses, understands the cost of the outlaw life, pushes for change when John would accept the status quo. Her love for John is real, but so is her frustration with his choices. Sadie Adler transforms from a grieving widow into one of the deadliest fighters in the gang. Her arc is one of empowerment, of refusing to be defined by tragedy, of taking control of her own destiny. She survives the fall of the gang and builds a new life as a bounty hunter. Mary Beth Gaskill represents the dreamers in the gang, the ones who imagine a different life. She reads romance novels, writes stories, hopes for something better. Her eventual escape from the outlaw life, becoming a writer, is one of the happier endings. Tilly Jackson is a survivor, having escaped one abusive gang to join another. She's tough and practical, able to handle herself in dangerous situations. Her eventual marriage to a lawyer represents a complete break from her past. Karen Jones is a tragic figure, a woman whose drinking increases as the gang's fortunes decline. She represents those who can't cope with the stress, who self-medicate with alcohol, who fade away rather than fight. Susan Grimshaw is the gang's enforcer of domestic order, making sure everyone does their share. Her loyalty to Dutch is absolute, even when it costs her. Her death, shot by Micah, is a shock that underlines how far things have fallen. Bonnie McFarlane in Red Dead Redemption 1 is a strong, independent woman running her family's ranch. She saves John's life and becomes a trusted ally, representing the honest, hard-working people of the frontier. These women are not just love interests or damsels in distress. They're fully realised characters with their own arcs, their own struggles, their own contributions to the story. Part 66. The Villains. The villains of Red Dead are complex, their evil rooted in understandable motivations. Micah Bell is the most straightforward villain, a man without loyalty or principle, motivated purely by self-interest. He's cruel for the sake of cruelty, willing to betray anyone for personal gain. His death is deeply satisfying because he's so thoroughly despicable. Edgar Ross is a different kind of villain, one who believes he's doing good. He's a lawman enforcing order, bringing criminals to justice. But his methods are ruthless, his promises are lies, and his ultimate goal is his own advancement. He represents the corruption of legitimate authority. Dutch van der Linde becomes a villain over the course of the games, though he doesn't start as one. His descent from idealistic outlaw to paranoid tyrant is gradual and tragic. He's a villain because he betrays the people who trusted him, not because he was always evil. Colonel Allende in Mexico is a petty tyrant, using his power to enrich himself at the expense of his people. He represents the corruption that revolutions are meant to overthrow, the injustice that drives people to desperate measures. The Pinkertons as an organisation are villainous, serving corporate interests, hunting people for profit, operating outside the law while claiming to enforce it. They represent the dark side of progress, the violence that underlies civilization. Part 67. the heroes. The heroes of Red Dead are flawed, their heroism emerging from their struggles rather than despite them. Arthur Morgan becomes a hero by the end of his story, but he's not a traditional hero. He's killed people, stolen from people, done terrible things. His heroism lies in his choice to change, to help others, to sacrifice himself for something greater. John Marston is a hero in his devotion to his family, his willingness to do anything to protect them. But he's also a killer, a man whose past is soaked in blood. His heroism is complicated by his history. Charles Smith is perhaps the most straightforwardly heroic character, a man who helps others without expecting reward, who fights for justice, who remains loyal to his friends. His quiet competence and moral clarity make him a standout. Sadie Adler is a hero in her refusal to be a victim, her determination to fight back, her willingness to risk everything for her friends. Her heroism is fierce and uncompromising. The heroes of Red Dead are not perfect. They're people who've made mistakes, who've done wrong, who are trying to do better. Their heroism is human, relatable, achievable. Part 68. The morality. The morality of Red Dead is complex, refusing easy judgments about right and wrong. The outlaws are criminals, but they're also family. They steal and kill, but they also protect and provide. The game doesn't excuse their crimes, but it also doesn't reduce them to simple villainy. The lawmen are enforcers of order, but they're also corrupt and brutal. They represent civilization, but civilization isn't always just. The game doesn't celebrate them, but it also doesn't dismiss the need for law. The honor system reflects this complexity. Players can choose to be honorable or dishonorable, and the game responds accordingly. But even honorable Arthur is still an outlaw, still a killer. Honor is relative, not absolute. The game asks players to think about morality rather than accepting easy answers. Is it wrong to steal from the rich to give to the poor? Is it right to kill in self-defense? Is loyalty a virtue when it's given to the wrong person? These questions don't have simple answers, and the game doesn't pretend they do. It presents situations, lets players make choices, and shows the consequences. The morality emerges from the experience, not from lectures. Part 69. The spirituality. Spirituality runs through the Red Dead games, expressed in various ways. The natural world is presented with reverence, as something sacred and beautiful. The landscapes, the wildlife, the weather, all are rendered with care and attention. Nature is not just a backdrop, it's a presence, a force, almost a character. Death is treated seriously, not as a game mechanic, but as a profound transition. The deaths of major characters are given weight and meaning. The game doesn't shy away from mortality, it confronts it directly. Redemption, the central theme, is a spiritual concept. The idea that people can change, that sins can be forgiven, that grace is possible, these are religious ideas expressed in secular terms. The Reverend Swanson represents organized religion, fallen and struggling, but ultimately finding his way back to faith. His arc suggests that spirituality is valuable, even if religious institutions are flawed. The Native American characters bring their own spiritual traditions, their connection to the land, their understanding of the sacred. Their perspective offers an alternative to the materialism of the settlers. Part 70. The philosophy. The Red Dead games engage with philosophical questions about freedom, civilization, and human nature. Freedom is the central value of the Van der Linde gang, the thing they're fighting for. But the games question what freedom means. Is it the absence of constraint? The ability to do whatever you want? Or is it something deeper, something internal? Dutch's freedom is external, about escaping the reach of law and government, but he's not truly free. He's enslaved by his own ego, his paranoia, his inability to change. His pursuit of freedom leads to bondage. Arthur finds a different kind of freedom in his final days. He's dying, his options are limited, but he's free in a way he's never been before. He's free from illusion, from self-deception, from the need to please Dutch. His freedom is internal, a matter of spirit rather than circumstance. The games also explore the tension between individual freedom and social order. The outlaws value freedom, but their freedom comes at the cost of others' security. The lawmen value order, but their order comes at the cost of others' freedom. Neither side is entirely right or entirely wrong. Part 71. The nostalgia. The Red Dead games are suffused with nostalgia, a longing for a past that may never have existed. The Old West of the games is romanticized, made more beautiful and more meaningful than the historical reality. The violence is stylized, the landscapes are idealized, the characters are larger than life. This romanticization is intentional. The games are not documentaries, they're myths, stories that capture something true about the human experience, even if the details are invented. The nostalgia is also critiqued. Dutch's longing for the old days blinds him to the present. John's attempt to escape his past fails because he can't let go of who he was. Nostalgia can be a trap, keeping us from moving forward. But nostalgia also has value. It connects us to the past, reminds us of what's been lost, helps us appreciate what we have. The Red Dead games invite us to feel nostalgia while also questioning it. Part 72. The silence. Some of the most powerful moments in Red Dead are silent, letting the world speak for itself. The ride into Mexico in Red Dead Redemption 1, accompanied only by music, is a masterpiece of silent storytelling. No dialogue is needed, the landscape and the music say everything. Arthur's final ride, with flashbacks to key moments, uses silence and music to create emotional impact that words couldn't achieve. The silence lets the player feel rather than think. The quiet moments between action sequences are equally important. Sitting by a fire, watching a sunset, riding through a forest, these moments of silence create space for reflection. Silence is rare in modern media, which tends to fill every moment with noise. The Red Dead games understand the value of silence, the way it can create meaning and emotion. Part 73. The endings. The endings of the Red Dead games are powerful and memorable, providing closure while leaving room for reflection. Arthur's death is one of the most emotional moments in gaming. Whether he dies peacefully watching the sunrise or violently fighting Micah, the end is inevitable and meaningful. He's found redemption, or at least peace. John's death is tragic and unfair. He's done everything asked of him, tried to change, built a new life. And he's still betrayed, still killed, still denied the future he fought for. The epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2, with John building his house and confronting Micah, provides a sense of completion. The house is built, the enemy is dead, the family is together. It's a happy ending, even though we know it won't last. Jack's killing of Ross is ambiguous, leaving the future uncertain. As the cycle continued, can it be broken? The game doesn't say, leaving players to decide for themselves. These endings are not neat or simple. They're messy, like life, full of unresolved questions and lingering emotions. They stay with players long after the credits roll. Part 74. The Dreams. As you drift towards sleep, let the dreams of Red Dead carry you away. Dream of riding across endless plains, the grass waving in the wind, the sky stretching to infinity. Dream of the freedom of the open range, of being alone with your horse and your thoughts. Dream of campfires in the wilderness, the warmth pushing back the darkness, the stars wheeling overhead. Dream of stories told by firelight, of laughter and music and companionship. Dream of mountain peaks touched by snow, of forests deep and mysterious, of rivers flowing to the sea. Dream of a world vast and beautiful, waiting to be explored. Dream of sunsets painting the sky in colours you've never seen, of dawns fresh with possibility, of the endless cycle of day and night. Dream of a time when the world was wilder, when adventure waited around every corner, when life was simpler even if it wasn't easier. Let these dreams carry you into sleep, into rest, into peace. The world of Red Dead will be there when you wake, waiting for you to return. Part 75. Good night. And so we come to the end of our journey through the world of Red Dead Redemption. We've travelled from the snowy mountains to the scorching deserts, from the bustling cities to the quiet wilderness. We've met outlaws and lawmen, heroes and villains, dreamers and survivors. The story of the Van der Linde gang is a story about change, about the end of one era and the beginning of another. It's a story about loyalty and betrayal, about redemption and tragedy, about the things we fight for and the prices we pay. But most of all, it's a story about people, flawed, complicated, human people, trying to find their way in a world that's changing faster than they can adapt. Their struggles are our struggles, their dreams are our dreams, their losses are our losses. As you drift off to sleep, remember the lessons of Red Dead. Remember that redemption is possible, even for those who've done terrible things. Remember that loyalty is precious but must be earned. Remember that the past shapes us but doesn't have to define us. Remember the beauty of the world, the sunsets and the stars, the mountains and the rivers. Remember that there's always another day, another chance, another beginning. Sleep well, friend. The west is quiet tonight, the fire is burning low, and the stars are watching over you. Tomorrow is another day, full of possibility and promise. Until then, rest, dream, be at peace. Good night. This has been the complete lore of the Red Dead world, from the earliest days of the Van der Linde gang to the final sunset of an era. A story of outlaws and lawmen, of dreams and tragedies, of a world that was changing and the people who couldn't change with it. May it carry you gently into sleep, and may your dreams be filled with the beauty of the frontier. Part 76. The detailed timeline. Let us now walk through the complete timeline of events, year by year, filling in the details that make this world so rich. In 1855, Dutch van der Linde is born. His father will die at Gettysburg when Dutch is still young, shaping his hatred of government and authority. His mother struggles to raise him alone, and Dutch learns early that the world is not kind to those without power. In the 1870s, Dutch begins his criminal career, running small cons and petty thefts. He's smart and charming, able to talk his way out of trouble. He reads voraciously, educating himself, developing the philosophy that will later attract followers. Around 1878, Dutch meets Hosea Matthews. The two conmen recognise kindred spirits in each other and decide to work together. Their partnership will last over 20 years and form the foundation of the Van der Linde gang. In 1863, Arthur Morgan is born. His father is a petty criminal who's eventually arrested and dies in custody. His mother dies when Arthur is young. By his teenage years, Arthur is alone, surviving on the streets through theft and violence. Around 1878, Dutch and Hosea find Arthur, a teenage orphan with a talent for trouble. They take him in, teach him, give him a family. Arthur's loyalty to Dutch begins here and will define his life. In 1873, John Marston is born. Like Arthur, he's orphaned young, his father hanged when John is 8. He survives on the streets until Dutch and Hosea find him and bring him into the gang. The 1880s are the golden years of the Van der Linde gang. They roam across the West, pulling jobs, evading the law, living the outlaw life. The gang grows as new members join. Javier Escuella fleeing Mexico, Bill Williamson discharged from the army, Susan Grimshaw seeking a new life. In 1894, John Marston meets Abigail Roberts, a young woman working in the gang's camp. Their relationship is complicated. Abigail has been with other men in the gang, and John is not ready for commitment. But something real develops between them. In 1895, Jack Marston is born. John initially denies that Jack is his son, unable to accept the responsibility of fatherhood. He leaves the gang for a year, abandoning Abigail and Jack. When he returns, his relationship with Arthur is strained by resentment. In 1899, the gang attempts the Blackwater Ferry robbery. Something goes wrong, people die, and the gang is forced to flee into the mountains. This is where Red Dead Redemption 2 begins. The events of Red Dead Redemption 2 span several months in 1899. The gang moves from the mountains to the heartlands to Lemoyne to Beaver Hollow, each move marking a decline in their fortunes. By the end, the gang has fractured, and Arthur Morgan is dead. The epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2 takes place in 1907. John Marston has been working at a ranch, saving money, trying to build a new life. He buys land at Beecher's Hope and builds a house for his family. He confronts and kills Micah Bell, avenging Arthur and the others who died. Red Dead Redemption 1 takes place in 1911. John is forced by the Bureau of Investigation to hunt his former gang members. He kills Bill Williamson and Javier Escuella in Mexico, then tracks Dutch to the mountains and witnesses his suicide. John returns to Beecher's Hope, hoping for peace. But in 1911, Edgar Ross leads an army to the ranch. John is killed defending his family, shot down in his own yard. The epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 1 takes place in 1914. Jack Marston, now a young man, tracks down Edgar Ross and kills him, avenging his father. The cycle of violence continues, or perhaps ends. The game leaves it ambiguous. Part 77. The Blackwater Massacre in detail. The Blackwater Ferry robbery is the inciting incident of Red Dead Redemption 2, the disaster that sets everything in motion. Though we never see it directly, we can piece together what happened from dialogue and documents. The target was a ferry carrying a large sum of money, possibly government funds or corporate payroll. Dutch planned the job carefully, as he always did, but something went wrong. The details are murky. Some say Dutch killed a woman during the robbery, an innocent bystander who'd gotten away. Others say the Pinkertons were waiting for them, that the job was compromised from the start. The truth may never be known. What's certain is that the robbery turned into a bloodbath. Gang members were killed or captured. Innocent people died. The money was lost or hidden, inaccessible to the fleeing gang. The massacre changed everything. Before Blackwater, the Van der Linde gang was wanted but not hunted with the intensity that followed. After Blackwater, they were public enemies, targets of a massive manhunt that would never let up. Dutch was affected deeply by Blackwater, though he never admits it. His behaviour becomes more erratic, his plans more desperate, his grip on reality more tenuous. Something broke in Dutch at Blackwater, and it never healed. The money from Blackwater becomes a recurring topic throughout the game. Dutch insists it's still there, that they can go back for it someday, but they never do, and the money becomes a symbol of everything they've lost. Part 78, The O'Driscoll Conflict. The O'Driscolls are the Van der Linde gang's primary rivals, a competing outlaw gang led by Colm O'Driscoll. The conflict between the two gangs predates the events of the game and shapes much of the early story. The feud began years earlier when Dutch killed Colm's brother. In retaliation, Colm killed a woman Dutch loved. The cycle of revenge has continued ever since, with both gangs attacking each other whenever they cross paths. Colm O'Driscoll is everything Dutch claims to despise, a criminal without principles, motivated purely by greed, willing to do anything for money. The O'Driscolls don't have a code, they're just thugs. The conflict comes to a head when Colm captures Arthur and tortures him, hoping to use him as bait to lure Dutch into a trap. Arthur escapes, but the experience leaves him scarred, both physically and emotionally. Eventually, Colm is captured by the law and hanged publicly. Dutch and the gang attend the hanging, watching their enemy die. It should be a victory, but by this point the gang has bigger problems than the O'Driscolls. The O'Driscoll conflict illustrates the futility of revenge. Both gangs have lost people, both have suffered, and neither has gained anything. The cycle of violence has only produced more violence. Part 79, The St. Denis Bank Robbery. The St. Denis Bank Robbery is the turning point of Red Dead Redemption 2, the moment when everything falls apart. Dutch plans the robbery as the big score that will fund their escape. The bank is wealthy, the take will be enormous, and with that money, they can finally disappear. It's the same promise Dutch has been making for years. The gang prepares carefully, gathering intelligence, planning escape routes, coordinating their actions. Everything seems to be in order. But the Pinkertons are waiting. The robbery goes wrong almost immediately. The Pinkertons have been tipped off, probably by Micah, though this isn't confirmed until later. They're waiting inside the bank, ready to spring their trap. In the chaos that follows, Hosea Matthews is killed. He's shot in the street, dying in front of the bank he was supposed to be robbing. His death removes the voice of reason from the gang, the one person who could temper Dutch's worst impulses. Lenny Summers is also killed, shot while trying to escape across the rooftops. He's young, full of potential, and his death is sudden and shocking. One moment he's there, the next he's gone. The survivors flee to the docks where they board a ship bound for anywhere but here. But the ship is caught in a storm and wrecked on the shores of Guarma. The gang is scattered, lost, further from home than ever. The St. Denis robbery marks the end of the Van der Linde gang as a functioning organisation. After this, they're just survivors, running from disaster to disaster, held together by habit rather than hope. Part 80, The Guarma Interlude. Guarma is a tropical island, a sugar-producing colony ruled by a brutal dictator. It's as far from the American West as possible, a completely different world with completely different rules. Dutch, Arthur, Bill, Javier and Micah wash up on the island shores, separated from the rest of the gang, with no resources and no plan. They're strangers in a strange land, hunted by the local military. The island is in the midst of a revolution. The workers, essentially slaves, are rising up against their oppressors. Dutch sees an opportunity to ally with the rebels, trading assistance for help escaping the island. Arthur does most of the actual work as usual. He fights through the jungle, rescues prisoners, gathers intelligence. His health is declining, but there's no time to rest. Survival comes first. The Guarma chapter is brief but significant. It shows Dutch at his most desperate, making alliances with anyone who might help, abandoning principles he once held dear. The experience changes him, hardens him, pushes him further toward the paranoia that will consume him. The gang eventually escapes Guarma, making their way back to the American mainland. But they return to find that everything has changed. The rest of the gang has scattered, the camp has been abandoned, and the Pinkertons are closer than ever. Part 81. The Decline at Beaver Hollow. Beaver Hollow is the gang's final camp, a cave system in a remote area of Roanoke Ridge. It's defensible but grim, a far cry from the comfortable camps of the past. The gang that gathers at Beaver Hollow is diminished and demoralized. They've lost Hosea, Lenny, Sean, and others. The survivors are exhausted, traumatized, questioning everything they once believed. Dutch becomes increasingly erratic. He talks about plans that make no sense, forms alliances with people who clearly can't be trusted, lashes out at anyone who questions him. The charismatic leader who once inspired such loyalty is becoming someone else. Micah's influence grows as Dutch's stability declines. He whispers in Dutch's ear, encourages his worst impulses, isolates him from those who might offer different counsel. The gang doesn't know it yet, but Micah is feeding information to the Pinkertons. Arthur's health continues to deteriorate. The tuberculosis is killing him, and everyone can see it. He's losing weight, coughing constantly, struggling to keep up with the demands of outlaw life. The atmosphere at Beaver Hollow is toxic. Arguments break out constantly. Trust has evaporated. The family that Dutch built is tearing itself apart, and no one knows how to stop it. Part 82. Arthur's final days. Arthur Morgan's final days are spent trying to help others escape the disaster he can see coming. He knows he's dying. The tuberculosis has progressed too far for any cure, but instead of giving in to despair, Arthur finds purpose in helping those who still have a chance. He focuses on John and his family. John has a wife and son, a reason to live, a possibility of a different life. If Arthur can help them escape, his death will mean something. Arthur also tries to help others in the gang. He encourages those who want to leave to do so. He warns people about Micah's treachery. He does what he can to mitigate the damage Dutch is causing. His relationship with Dutch becomes increasingly strained. Arthur can see what Dutch is becoming, can no longer ignore the evidence of his decline. But confronting Dutch directly is dangerous, and Arthur tries to work around him rather than against him. The final mission sees Arthur helping John escape from Beaver Hollow as the Pinkertons close in. He fights off lawmen and gang members alike, giving John time to get away. Arthur's last confrontation is with Micah, the man who betrayed them all. They fight on a mountainside as the sun sets. Arthur is weak, dying, but he fights with everything he has left. Dutch arrives, forced to choose between Arthur and Micah. For a moment, it seems like he might remember who he was, might choose the man who's been loyal to him for decades. But Dutch is lost, broken, unable to see clearly. He walks away, leaving Arthur to his fate. Arthur dies as the sun rises, watching the dawn of a day he won't live to see. His last thoughts are of the people he's helped, the good he's done, the redemption he's found. Part 83. The fates of the gang members. The Van der Linde gang scatters after the events at Beaver Hollow. Each member finds their own path, for better or worse. Dutch Van der Linde disappears into the wilderness, eventually forming a new gang with Native Americans in the mountains. He's found and confronted by John in 1911, choosing to fall to his death rather than be captured. Micah Bell survives the confrontation with Arthur and goes into hiding. He's eventually tracked down by John, Charles and Sadie in 1907 and killed. Dutch, present at the confrontation, shoots Micah himself before walking away. John Marston builds a new life at Beecher's Hope, only to be killed by the government in 1911. His son Jack avenges him by killing Edgar Ross in 1914. Abigail Marston dies sometime between 1911 and 1914, presumably of grief or illness. She's buried next to John at Beecher's Hope. Sadie Adler becomes a bounty hunter after the gang falls apart. She helps John kill Micah in 1907 and is last seen heading to South America seeking new adventures. Charles Smith helps John build his house and kill Micah, then heads north to Canada to start a new life among the native peoples there. Tilly Jackson escapes the outlaw life entirely, eventually marrying a lawyer and living respectably. She's one of the few gang members to find genuine happiness. Mary Beth Gaskill becomes a writer, publishing romance novels under a pseudonym. She too escapes the shadow of her past. Uncle stays with John at Beecher's Hope and dies defending the ranch from the government assault in 1911. Bill Williamson forms his own gang and takes over Fort Mercer in New Austin. He's killed by John in 1911. Javier Esquella returns to Mexico and becomes involved with the corrupt government there. He's captured or killed by John in 1911. Reverend Swanson overcomes his addictions and becomes a minister in New York City, finding the redemption he sought. Pearson opens a general store in Rhodes, living quietly and peacefully. Karen Jones's fate is unknown, but it's implied that her alcoholism led to an early death. Part 84. The Pinkertons' Victory. The Pinkerton Detective Agency achieves its goal, the destruction of the Van der Linde gang, but their victory is hollow, achieved through betrayal and brutality. Agent Milton is killed by Abigail Roberts during the assault on the gang, shot while threatening Arthur. His death is satisfying, but doesn't change the outcome. Agent Ross survives and prospers, rising through the ranks to lead the Bureau of Investigation. He's the one who forces John to hunt his former brothers, who promises freedom and delivers death. Ross's fate is to be killed by Jack Marston in 1914, shot by the river while fishing in retirement. It's a fitting end for a man who built his career on broken promises and betrayal. The Pinkertons represent the new order, the civilization that's replacing the frontier. They win because they have resources, organization, and the backing of the government. The outlaws never had a chance. But the Pinkertons' victory is also their corruption. They achieve their goals through methods as brutal as any outlaws. They lie, betray, and murder. They're not heroes, they're just a different kind of villain. Part 85. The meaning of the title. Red Dead Redemption is a title rich with meaning, each word carrying weight. Red evokes blood, violence, the colour of the western landscape. It's the colour of sunsets as gunshot wounds of passion and death. Dead is literal. Many characters die in these games, but it's also metaphorical. The Old West is dying. The outlaw way of life is dying. The dreams of freedom are dying. Redemption is the central theme, the possibility of salvation for those who've done wrong. Arthur finds redemption in his final days. John seeks it but is denied. The question of whether redemption is possible haunts both games. The title also evokes the phrase Red Dead, Western slang for being caught in a hopeless situation. The characters are red dead from the beginning, trapped by circumstances they can't escape. The games earn their title. They're about death and the possibility of meaning in the face of death. They're about redemption and the cost of seeking it. They're about the red landscape of the West and the blood that's been spilled there. Part 86, The Stranger Missions of Red Dead Redemption 2. The Stranger Missions in Red Dead. Redemption 2 add depth and variety to the world, telling stories that complement the main narrative. The veteran who can't adjust to civilian life is a poignant encounter. He's haunted by what he saw in the war, unable to find peace. Arthur can help him or leave him to his fate, but either way, his story is a reminder of the cost of violence. The widow Charlotte Balfour is struggling to survive after her husband's death. Arthur teaches her to hunt and survive, giving her the skills she needs to make it on her own. It's one of the most touching side stories, showing Arthur's capacity for kindness. The photographer Albert Mason wants to capture images of the dying West. Arthur helps him photograph wildlife, often saving him from the dangers he blunders into. Mason represents the artists and dreamers who see beauty in the frontier. The writer Evelyn Miller is researching a book about the West. His encounters with Arthur reveal the gap between romantic notions of the frontier and its harsh reality. Miller's disillusionment mirrors the game's themes. The circus performers are stranded and need help. Arthur assists them, countering the strange and wonderful people who make their living entertaining others. It's a lighter storyline that provides relief from the heavier themes. The time traveler is one of the strangest encounters, a man who claims to be from the future. Whether he's genuine or delusional is left ambiguous, adding a touch of mystery to the world. The ghost train appears at night, a spectral locomotive that passes through the landscape. It's one of many supernatural elements that add depth to the world, suggesting that there's more to reality than meets the eye. These stranger missions reward exploration and curiosity. They make the world feel larger and more complex, full of stories beyond the main narrative. Part 87. The Stranger Missions of Red Dead Redemption. 1. Red Dead Redemption 1 also features memorable stranger missions that expand the world. The cannibal in the wilderness is a disturbing encounter, a man who's turned to eating human flesh to survive. John can kill him or leave him, but either way the encounter is unsettling. The Sasquatch hunter believes he's doing good by killing the creatures, not realizing they're peaceful beings. The final encounter, with the last surviving Sasquatch begging for death, is one of the most memorable moments in the game. The film director wants to capture authentic Western footage, putting himself in danger for his art. John helps him, encountering the early days of the film industry. The treasure hunter sends John on a quest across the map, following clues to hidden caches. The treasure hunts encourage exploration and reward patience. The strange man appears multiple times, knowing things he shouldn't know, speaking in riddles. His identity is never confirmed, but many believe he's death or the devil watching over John's journey. These missions add texture to the world, showing that there are stories everywhere, not just in the main quest. They reward players who take time to explore and engage with the world. Part 88. The Legendary Animals. Both games feature legendary animals, unique creatures that provide special challenges and rewards. The legendary bear is one of the first legendary animals encountered in Red Dead Redemption 2. It's massive and dangerous, requiring careful preparation to hunt successfully. The legendary elk roams the mountains, a majestic creature that's difficult to track. Its pelt can be used to craft special items. The legendary alligator lurks in the swamps, the most dangerous predator in the game. Hunting it requires courage and firepower. The legendary wolf leads a pack in the wilderness, a cunning predator that's difficult to corner. Its pelt is prized by trappers. The legendary panther is perhaps the most dangerous legendary animal, fast and deadly, capable of killing an unprepared hunter in seconds. Each legendary animal has its own territory, its own behaviors, its own challenges. Hunting them all is a significant undertaking that rewards dedication and skill. The legendary animals represent the wildness of the frontier, the creatures that haven't been tamed by civilization. Hunting them is both a challenge and a kind of mourning, as each kill removes something irreplaceable from the world. Part 89. The Horses in Detail. Horses are central to the Red Dead experience, and the games feature an impressive variety of breeds and individuals. The American Standardbred is a versatile horse, good for racing and work. It's a common breed, reliable if not exceptional. The Arabian is the fastest horse in the game, prized for its speed and agility. The White Arabian, found in the wild near Lake Isabella, is one of the most sought-after mounts. The Ardennes is a warhorse, bred for strength and courage. It doesn't spook easily, making it ideal for combat situations. The Missouri Foxtrotter is an excellent all-around horse with good speed and stamina. It's a favourite of many players for its balance of qualities. The Turkoman is a rare and valuable breed, combining speed with health. It's one of the best horses in the game for those who can find or afford one. Each horse has its own personality, its own quirks, its own relationship with the player. Building a bond with a horse takes time but rewards patience with improved performance and loyalty. The death of a horse is genuinely sad, a loss that players feel. The games encourage attachment to these animals, making their loss meaningful. Part 90. The Weapons. The weapons of Red Dead are varied and historically appropriate, each with its own characteristics and uses. The Cattleman revolver is the iconic Western sidearm, reliable and accurate. It's the default weapon and remains useful throughout the game. The Schofield revolver is more powerful than the Cattleman, with better accuracy at range. It's a favourite of many players for its balance of power and precision. The double-action revolver fires faster, but with less accuracy. It's useful for close-quarters combat where speed matters more than precision. The Lancaster repeater is an excellent all-around rifle, accurate and fast-firing. It's useful for hunting and combat alike. The bolt-action rifle is more powerful but slower, ideal for hunting large game or engaging enemies at range. The pump-action shotgun is devastating at close range, capable of taking down multiple enemies with a single blast. The bow is silent and deadly, perfect for hunting or stealth approaches. It requires skill to use effectively but rewards mastery. Each weapon can be customized with different components, affecting performance and appearance. The weapon system encourages experimentation and personalization. Part 91. The Crafting System. Crafting in Red Dead Redemption 2 allows players to create useful items from gathered materials. Cooking transforms raw meat into meals that restore health and provide buffs. Different recipes provide different benefits, encouraging variety in diet. The trapper can craft special clothing and equipment from legendary animal pelts. These items provide unique bonuses and distinctive appearances. Camp upgrades improve the gang's living conditions, providing better food, ammunition, and supplies. Contributing to the camp is both practical and thematic, reinforcing the sense of community. Tonics and medicines can be crafted from gathered herbs, providing healing and buffs. The crafting system encourages exploration and gathering. The crafting system adds depth to the survival elements, making hunting and gathering meaningful activities rather than just diversions. Part 92. The Fishing. Fishing in Red Dead Redemption 2 is a peaceful activity that provides both resources and relaxation. Different fish require different approaches. Some prefer certain baits, others are found only in specific locations or at specific times. The fishing mechanics are detailed and realistic. Casting, reeling, and fighting fish all require skill and patience. Legendary fish provide special challenges, requiring specific lures and techniques. Catching all the legendary fish is a significant achievement. Fishing spots are scattered across the map, from mountain streams to coastal waters. Each location has its own fish populations and its own atmosphere. Fishing is perfect for winding down, for taking a break from the action, for simply existing in the world. It's one of the most relaxing activities in the game. Part 93. The Photography. Red Dead Redemption 2 includes a camera that allows players to capture images of the world. The camera can be used to photograph wildlife, landscapes, and people. Completing photography challenges requires finding and photographing specific subjects. The photo mode allows for artistic composition with options for filters, focus, and framing. Players have created stunning images using these tools. Photography encourages observation, slowing down to notice details that might otherwise be missed. It's a different way of engaging with the world. The photographs can be viewed in Arthur's satchel, creating a visual record of the journey. They're mementos of places visited and things seen. Part 94. The Journal. Arthur's journal is one of the most personal elements of Red Dead Redemption 2, a window into his thoughts and feelings. Arthur sketches the things he sees: landscapes, animals, people. His drawings are detailed and evocative, showing artistic talent that surprises those who see him only as an enforcer. He also writes about his experiences, his doubts, his hopes. The journal entries reveal a thoughtful man struggling with his choices and his fate. The journal updates automatically as Arthur experiences new things, but players can also view it at any time. It's a record of the journey, both external and internal. The journal humanizes Arthur, showing the person behind the gunslinger. It's one of the elements that makes him such a compelling character. Part 95. The Camp Activities. The gang's camp is a living community with various activities and interactions. Playing poker, dominoes, and other games with gang members builds relationships and provides entertainment. These games are fully functional, with their own rules and strategies. Singing around the campfire is a communal activity that brings the gang together. The songs are period appropriate and beautifully performed. Conversations with gang members reveal backstories and relationships. Taking time to talk to everyone enriches the experience. Contributing to the camp through donations and hunting improves morale and unlocks upgrades. It reinforces the sense that the gang is a community that depends on everyone's contributions. The camp activities make the gang feel like a real family, with all the complexity and warmth that implies. Part 96, The Random Encounters. Both games feature random encounters that add unpredictability to the world. Travelers in distress might need help with a broken wagon or a snake bite. Helping them can lead to rewards or simply the satisfaction of doing good. Ambushes by bandits or rival gangs test the player's combat skills. These encounters can be avoided or engaged depending on the player's preference. Duels challenge the player to quick draw contests, testing reflexes and nerve. Winning a duel is satisfying, losing is fatal. Strange sights and sounds hint at mysteries in the world. Following these leads can reveal hidden locations or unusual encounters. The random encounters make each playthrough unique, ensuring that no two journeys through the world are exactly the same. Part 97, The Easter Eggs. Both games are filled with Easter eggs, hidden references and secrets that reward exploration. The UFO sightings in Red Dead Redemption 2 suggest that extraterrestrial visitors have taken an interest in the Old West. Finding these encounters requires being in the right place at the right time. The ghost train that appears at night is a spectral reminder of the railroad's role in taming the West. It's eerie and beautiful, a touch of the supernatural in an otherwise realistic world. The serial killer's victims are scattered across the map, clues to a dark mystery. Following the trail leads to a confrontation with the killer himself. The vampire in St. Denis is a genuine creature of the night, lurking in the city's dark corners. Finding and confronting him is one of the game's strangest encounters. The giant's bones suggest that creatures of myth once roamed the land. They're a reminder that the world has mysteries that may never be explained. These Easter eggs add depth and mystery to the world, rewarding players who explore thoroughly and pay attention to details. Part 98, The Weather Effects. The weather in Red Dead is dynamic and beautiful, affecting both gameplay and atmosphere. Rain transforms the world, turning dust to mud, filling rivers and streams. The sound of rain is soothing, a natural white noise that encourages relaxation. Thunderstorms are spectacular and dangerous. Lightning illuminates the landscape, thunder rolls across the sky, and the rain comes down in sheets. Snow in the mountains is harsh and beautiful. It limits visibility, slows movement, and creates a sense of isolation. Fog rolls in unexpectedly, reducing visibility and creating an eerie atmosphere. Navigating through fog requires caution and patience. Heat waves shimmer over the desert, creating mirages and discomfort. The heat is palpable, making shade and water precious. The weather system makes the world feel alive and unpredictable, adding variety to every journey. Part 99, The Day-Night Cycle. The day-night cycle in Red Dead affects the world in meaningful ways. Dawn is a time of renewal, with mist rising from valleys and birds beginning to sing. The light is golden and soft, perfect for photography. Midday is bright and busy, with NPCs going about their daily routines. Visibility is at its best, making travel and hunting easier. Dusk is golden and peaceful, the day winding down. The light is warm and beautiful, perfect for watching sunsets. Night is mysterious and dangerous. Different animals appear, different sounds fill the air, and the darkness hides both beauty and danger. The cycle encourages different activities at different times. Hunting certain animals requires being out at night. Some missions can only be done during the day. The rhythm of day and night shapes the experience. Part 1. 100. Final Reflections on the Red Dead World. As we come to the end of this journey, let us reflect on what makes the Red Dead world so special. It's a world of beauty and danger, where stunning landscapes hide deadly threats. It's a world of complexity, where heroes are flawed and villains have reasons. It's a world of change, where the old ways are dying and the new ways are not yet born. The characters who inhabit this world are unforgettable. Dutch with his dreams and his madness, Arthur with his loyalty and his redemption, John with his love and his tragedy. They feel like real people, with real struggles, real hopes, real fears. The stories told in this world are powerful and moving. They're about loyalty and betrayal, about freedom and civilization, about the possibility of change and the weight of the past. They stay with us long after we finish playing. The world itself is a character, vast and beautiful, full of secrets and surprises. Exploring it is a joy, whether you're hunting legendary animals, fishing in quiet streams, or simply riding through the landscape watching the sun set. Red Dead Redemption is more than a game. It's an experience, a journey, a meditation on what it means to be human in a changing world. It's a story that will stay with you, that will make you think, that will move you. And now, as you drift towards sleep, let the world of Red Dead carry you away. Dream of open plains and mountain peaks, of campfires and starry skies, of a time when the world was wilder and the possibilities seemed endless. Sleep well, friend. The West is waiting for you whenever you're ready to return. Good night. This has been the complete lore of the Red Dead world, a journey through the dying days of the American frontier. From the dreams of Dutch van der Linde to the tragedy of John Marston, from the redemption of Arthur Morgan to the uncertain future of Jack, we've travelled through a world of beauty and violence, of hope and despair. May these stories carry you gently into sleep, and may your dreams be filled with the endless horizons of the West. Part 1, 101. The detailed character study, Dutch van der Linde. Let us spend more time with the characters who make this world so memorable, beginning with the man whose dream started it all. Dutch van der Linde is one of gaming's most complex antagonists, a man who begins as a hero and ends as a villain, whose fall is gradual and tragic. In his youth, Dutch was genuinely idealistic. He believed in freedom, in justice, in standing up for the little guy against the powerful. He read philosophy and poetry, educated himself, developed a worldview that went beyond simple criminality. His charisma was legendary. People followed Dutch not because he paid them or threatened them, but because they believed in him. He had a gift for making people feel seen, valued, important. He could make you believe that you were part of something greater than yourself. The gang he built reflected his values, at least initially. They stole from the rich, helped the poor, looked out for each other. They had a code, principles that distinguished them from common criminals. Dutch was proud of what they'd built, but Dutch had flaws that would eventually destroy him. He was narcissistic, unable to accept criticism or admit mistakes. He was paranoid, seeing betrayal everywhere, trusting no one completely. He was addicted to the adulation of his followers, needing their worship to feel whole. The Blackwater massacre was the beginning of the end. Something happened there that broke Dutch, though we never learn exactly what. After Blackwater, he was different, more erratic, more violent, more willing to abandon the principles he'd once held dear. His relationship with Micah accelerated his decline. Micah told Dutch what he wanted to hear, validated his worst impulses, isolated him from those who might have helped him. Dutch became dependent on Micah's approval, even as Micah was betraying him. By the end of Red Dead Redemption 2, Dutch is a shadow of the man he once was. He's abandoned Arthur, his most loyal follower. He's allied with Micah, a man without principles. He's lost sight of everything he once believed in. His appearance in Red Dead Redemption 1 shows the final stage of his decline. He's leading a gang of desperate men fighting a hopeless battle against the government. He knows he's going to lose, but he can't stop fighting. It's all he knows how to do. His final words to John before stepping off the cliff are a kind of confession. He admits that he can't fight anymore, that the world has moved on, that there's no place for men like him. It's the closest he comes to accepting responsibility for what he's become. Dutch van der Linde is a tragic figure, a man whose virtues became vices, whose dream became a nightmare. He's a warning about the dangers of charisma without accountability, of idealism without pragmatism, of leadership without humility. Part 1, 102. The Detailed Character Study. Arthur Morgan. Arthur Morgan is the heart of Red Dead Redemption 2, a man whose journey from cynicism to redemption is one of gaming's great character arcs. Arthur was shaped by loss from an early age. His father was a criminal who died in prison. His mother died when he was young. By his teenage years, he was alone, surviving through theft and violence. Dutch and Hosea gave him a family, a purpose, a sense of belonging. Arthur's loyalty to Dutch was absolute, born of gratitude and love. Dutch was the father Arthur never had, and Arthur would do anything for him. But Arthur was never comfortable with who he was. His journal reveals a man who questioned his choices, who felt guilt for the things he'd done, who wondered if there was another way to live. He wasn't a natural killer. He was a man who'd learned to kill because circumstances demanded it. His relationship with Mary Linton showed another side of him. Mary was from a respectable family and Arthur loved her deeply, but he couldn't give up the outlaw life for her, and she couldn't accept him as he was. Their relationship ended, but Arthur never stopped loving her. The diagnosis of tuberculosis forced Arthur to confront his mortality. He had months to live, maybe less. The question became, what would he do with the time he had left? Arthur's answer was redemption. He couldn't undo the harm he'd done, but he could try to do some good. He helped people he would have ignored before. He tried to make amends for past wrongs. He worked to give John and his family a chance at a better life. His relationship with Dutch deteriorated as he saw more clearly what Dutch was becoming. Arthur couldn't ignore the evidence anymore. Dutch was losing his mind, was being manipulated by Micah, was leading the gang to destruction. Arthur's loyalty was tested and found wanting. In the end, Arthur chose to help John escape rather than save himself. He gave John his hat, his satchel, everything he had. He fought to give John time to get away, knowing he wouldn't survive. Arthur's death is one of gaming's most emotional moments. Whether he dies peacefully watching the sunrise or violently fighting Micah, the end is meaningful. He's found redemption, or at least peace. He's done what he could with the time he had. Arthur Morgan is a reminder that it's never too late to change, that redemption is possible even for those who've done terrible things. His journey is universal, speaking to anyone who's ever wondered if they could be better than they are. Part 1, 103. The Detailed Character Study, John Marston. John Marston is the protagonist of Red Dead Redemption 1 and a major character in Red Dead Redemption 2. His story spans both games, from reckless outlaw to devoted family man to tragic victim. John was orphaned young, his father hanged when John was 8. He survived on the streets until Dutch and Hosea found him and brought him into the gang. Like Arthur, John found a family among the outlaws. But John was different from Arthur. He was more reckless, more impulsive, less willing to follow orders. He chafed under Dutch's leadership, questioned decisions, caused problems. His relationship with Arthur was complicated by rivalry and resentment. His relationship with Abigail changed him. Abigail was a former prostitute who worked in the gang's camp. Their relationship was rocky at first. John denied that Jack was his son, unable to accept the responsibility of fatherhood. He even left the gang for a year, abandoning Abigail and Jack. When he returned, things were different. John began to accept his responsibilities, to think about the future, to imagine a life beyond outlawry. Abigail's influence was crucial. She pushed him to be better, to want more, to believe that change was possible. Arthur's sacrifice gave John a chance at that different life. Arthur died so John could escape, could build a home, could raise his son in peace. John carried that debt with him, tried to honour Arthur's memory by becoming the man Arthur believed he could be. The epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2 shows John building that new life. He works at a ranch, saves money, buys land, builds a house with his own hands. He marries Abigail, raises Jack, tries to be a good husband and father. But the past catches up with him. In Red Dead Redemption 1, the government forces John to hunt his former brothers. He does what he has to do, hoping that fulfilling his obligation will buy his family's freedom. It doesn't. John is betrayed, killed by the government he served. His death is tragic and unfair, the end of a man who tried to change but wasn't allowed to. John Marston's story is about the difficulty of escaping the past. He did everything right, tried to change, built a new life, and he was still destroyed by who he used to be. His tragedy is a reminder that redemption isn't guaranteed, that the world doesn't always reward good intentions. Part 1, 104, The Detailed Character Study, Abigail Roberts. Marston. Abigail Roberts Marston is often overlooked, but she's one of the most important characters in the Red Dead saga. Abigail's past was difficult. She was a prostitute before joining the gang, doing what she had to do to survive. She's not ashamed of her past, but she's determined to build a better future. Her relationship with John is the emotional core of both games. She loves him, but she also sees his flaws clearly. She pushes him to be better, to think about the future, to put his family first. Without Abigail, John would never have changed. She's also a capable woman in her own right. She can shoot, ride, and handle herself in dangerous situations. She's not a damsel in distress. She's a partner, an equal, someone who contributes to the family's survival. Her love for Jack is fierce and protective. Everything she does is for him, to give him a better life than she had. She wants him to get an education, to become something other than an outlaw, to escape the cycle of violence. In Red Dead Redemption 1, Abigail is the reason John fights. She's been taken hostage by the government, used as leverage to force John's cooperation. John does terrible things to get her back, but he does them out of love. After John's death, Abigail is devastated. She dies sometime before 1914, presumably of grief or illness. She's buried next to John at Beecher's Hope, together in death as they were in life. Abigail represents the possibility of a different life, the dream of normalcy that the outlaws chase but rarely achieve. Her love for John is what makes his tragedy so painful. She believed in him, and the world took him away. Part 1. 105. The Detailed Character Study. Hosea Matthews. Hosea Matthews is Dutch's oldest friend and the gang's voice of reason. His death in St. Denis marks the point of no return for the gang. Hosea was a con man before he met Dutch, making his living through deception rather than violence. He was good at it, able to read people, to find their weaknesses, to exploit them without them ever knowing. His partnership with Dutch was based on complementary skills. Dutch had the vision and the charisma. Hosea had the experience and the caution. Together they built something that neither could have built alone. Hosea was like a father to Arthur and John, teaching them, guiding them, caring for them. He was gentler than Dutch, more patient, more willing to listen. The younger gang members trusted him in ways they didn't always trust Dutch. As the gang's situation deteriorated, Hosea became increasingly worried. He saw Dutch changing, saw the plans becoming more desperate, saw the danger they were all in. He tried to counsel caution, but Dutch wasn't listening anymore. His death in St. Denis was a turning point. Without Hosea, there was no one to temper Dutch's worst impulses. The voice of reason was silenced, and the gang spiraled toward destruction. Hosea represents what the gang could have been with better leadership. He was smart, capable, and principled in his own way. If he had lived, things might have been different. His death is one of the great tragedies of the story. Part 1. 106. The Detailed Character Study. Sadie. Adler Sadie. Adler is one of the most dynamic characters in Red Dead Redemption 2, transforming from a grieving widow into one of the deadliest fighters in the gang. Sadie's husband Jake was killed by the O'Driscolls, who also burned her home and left her for dead. Arthur finds her hiding in the ruins, traumatized and alone. He brings her back to the gang, giving her a place to recover. But Sadie doesn't want to recover. She wants revenge. Her grief transforms into rage, a burning need to make the O'Driscolls pay for what they did. She throws herself into combat, becoming increasingly skilled and increasingly dangerous. Her transformation is both empowering and troubling. She's no longer a victim, but she's also consumed by violence. Her rage makes her effective but also reckless, willing to take risks that endanger others. By the end of the game, Sadie has become one of the gang's most capable members. She fights alongside Arthur in his final missions, helps John kill Micah, and survives the fall of the gang. After the gang dissolves, Sadie becomes a bounty hunter, using her skills to make a living. She's last seen heading to South America, seeking new adventures. Her future is uncertain but promising. Sadie represents the possibility of reinvention, of becoming something new after tragedy. She refuses to be defined by what happened to her, choosing instead to define herself through her actions. Her story is one of survival and transformation. Part 1. 107. The Detailed Character Study. Charles Smith. Charles Smith is one of the most admirable characters in Red Dead Redemption 2, a man of quiet integrity in a world of moral compromise. Charles is half black, half Native American, belonging to no community and every community. He's experienced racism and exclusion his whole life, which has made him self-reliant and observant. He joined the gang relatively recently, drawn by Dutch's rhetoric about freedom and justice. He's loyal to the gang but not blind to its flaws. He sees clearly what others miss, and he's not afraid to speak his mind. Charles is deadly in combat but reluctant to kill without reason. He prefers to avoid violence when possible, using his skills only when necessary. This restraint sets him apart from more bloodthirsty gang members. His friendship with Arthur is one of the most genuine in the game. They respect each other, trust each other, work well together. Charles is one of the few people Arthur can be honest with about his doubts and fears. Charles also has a connection to the Native American community, helping the Wapiti tribe when he can. He sees in their struggle a reflection of his own experience, the marginalization of people who don't fit the dominant culture. After the gang falls apart, Charles helps John build his house and kill Micah. Then he heads north to Canada, seeking a new life among the native peoples there. His future is hopeful, a rare, happy ending in a story full of tragedy. Charles represents the possibility of integrity in a corrupt world. He maintains his principles despite the pressures around him, choosing to be good even when it's difficult. His quiet strength is an inspiration. Part 1. 108. The minor characters. The Red Dead games are filled with minor characters who add depth and texture to the world. Lenny Summers is young and eager, full of potential that will never be realized. His night out drinking with Arthur is one of the game's funniest sequences, a moment of joy before the tragedy to come. Sean Maguire is loud and boastful, always ready with a joke or a song. His sudden death in Rhodes is shocking, a reminder that no one is safe. Kieran Duffy is a former O'Driscoll who proves his loyalty to the Van der Linde gang. His gruesome death, decapitated and sent back to camp as a warning, is one of the game's most disturbing moments. Trelawney is a magician and con man who appears and disappears mysteriously. His flamboyance and unreliability make him entertaining but untrustworthy. Pearson is the cook, a former sailor who keeps the gang fed. His eventual fate running a general store in Rhodes is one of the happier endings. Uncle is lazy and often drunk, contributing little, but somehow always present. His death defending Beecher's hope shows unexpected courage. These characters and many others populate the world, each with their own personality, their own story, their own contribution to the whole. Part 1. 109. The locations in detail. Valentine. Valentine is the first major town the gang encounters after leaving the mountains, and it sets the tone for the world to come. It's a cattle town built on the livestock trade. Cowboys drive their herds through on the way to market, spending their wages in the saloons and brothels before moving on. The streets are muddy, churned by hooves and wagon wheels. The buildings are rough-hewn, functional rather than beautiful. The smell of livestock is everywhere. The saloon is the heart of the town, where cowboys drink and gamble and fight. Brawls are common, and the sheriff is often too busy to intervene. The general store sells supplies for travelers and ranchers. The gunsmith offers weapons and modifications. The hotel provides rooms for those passing through. Valentine represents the rough edge of civilization, the frontier town that hasn't yet been tamed. It's a place where violence is common and law is weak, where a man can make his fortune or lose his life. Part 1. 110. The locations in detail. St. Denis. St. Denis is the largest city in the game, a glimpse of the future that's coming to replace the frontier. It's modelled on New Orleans with French architecture, cobblestone streets, and a diverse population. It's a port city, connected to the wider world by ships that come and go. The city has electric lights, a novelty that amazes visitors from the countryside. It has a police force that actually functions, maintaining order in ways that frontier towns can't. The wealthy live in grand houses, attended by servants, enjoying luxuries that most people can only dream of. The poor live in slums, struggling to survive in the shadow of wealth. The city has theatres, restaurants, and shops selling goods from around the world. It has a criminal underworld, controlled by men like Angelo Bronte who operate in the shadows. St. Denis represents the civilization that's replacing the frontier. It's more orderly, more prosperous, more connected, but it's also more stratified, more corrupt, more indifferent to those who don't fit in. Part 1. 111. The locations in detail. Blackwater. Blackwater is a town in transition, caught between the frontier past and the civilized future. It's growing rapidly, with new buildings going up and new people arriving. The railroad has connected it to the wider world, bringing commerce and change. The town has a bank, a theatre, and other amenities of civilization. It has a sheriff who takes his job seriously, maintaining order with a firm hand. But Blackwater is also the site of the massacre that sets the story in motion. The gang can't return there without risking capture, making it a forbidden zone for most of the game. In the epilogue, John can finally visit Blackwater, seeing the town that was denied to him for so long. It's a symbol of the new world, the civilization that's replacing the frontier. Part 112. The locations in detail. Armadillo is a frontier town in New Austin, struggling to survive in the harsh desert environment. In Red Dead Redemption 1, it's a functioning town, rough but viable. The saloon does business, the sheriff maintains order, and people go about their lives. In Red Dead Redemption 2, set earlier in time, Armadillo is suffering from a cholera outbreak. The streets are empty, the buildings are abandoned, and death hangs over everything. This reversal is one of the game's clever touches, showing that the frontier's decline isn't linear. Towns rise and fall, prosper and suffer in ways that can't be predicted. Armadillo represents the fragility of frontier life, the way that disease or drought or violence can destroy a community. It's a reminder that survival is never guaranteed. Part 1. 113. The locations in detail. Mexico in Red Dead Redemption 1 is a country in turmoil, caught between a corrupt government and a revolutionary movement. The landscape is different from the American side, more arid, more rugged, with distinctive architecture and vegetation. The culture is different too, with its own traditions, its own music, its own way of life. The revolution provides the backdrop for John's mission. He must navigate between the government forces and the rebels, playing both sides to achieve his goals. Colonel Allende represents the corrupt government, using his power to enrich himself at the expense of his people. Abraham Reyes represents the revolution, promising freedom and justice, but perhaps motivated by personal ambition. Mexico is a land of contrasts, beauty and violence, hope and despair, tradition and change. It's a fitting setting for the middle act of John's journey, a place where nothing is simple and everyone has an agenda. Part 1. 114. The locations in detail. Tall Trees. Tall Trees is a forested region in West Elizabeth, home to some of the game's most dangerous wildlife. The forests are dense and dark, with towering trees that block out the sun. Bears and cougars roam here, making travel dangerous for the unprepared. The region has a mysterious quality, with strange sounds and unexplained phenomena. Some players report feeling watched, as if something is lurking just out of sight. Tall Trees is also home to Beecher's Hope, the ranch that John builds in the epilogue. It's a beautiful location with views of the surrounding countryside and access to good hunting. The contrast between the danger of the wilderness and the safety of the ranch is meaningful. John has carved out a space of civilization in the midst of wildness, a home in a hostile land. Part 1. 115. The locations in detail, the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are the mountain range where the game begins, a harsh and beautiful wilderness. The snow is deep here, making travel difficult. The cold is dangerous, requiring warm clothing and shelter. The wildlife includes wolves, bears, and other predators. The gang's time in the Grizzlies is a period of desperation, fleeing from the disaster at Blackwater, struggling to survive. The harsh environment reflects their circumstances, but the Grizzlies are also beautiful, with stunning views and pristine wilderness. They represent the frontier at its most wild, untouched by civilization, dangerous but free. Part 1, 116. The locations in detail. Lemoyne is the southern region of the map, modelled on Louisiana and the Deep South. The landscape is dominated by swamps with cypress trees, Spanish moss, and murky water. Alligators are common, making the swamps dangerous for the unwary. The culture is different here, shaped by the legacy of slavery and the Civil War. The Braithwaites and Greys represent the old aristocracy, clinging to power and privilege in a changing world. St. Denis is the region's major city, a centre of commerce and culture. But outside the city, the countryside is poor and struggling, left behind by progress. Lemoyne represents the complexity of the South, its beauty and its darkness, its traditions and its traumas. It's a fitting setting for some of the game's most dramatic events. Part 1, 117. The locations in detail. New Hanover. New Hanover is the central region of the map, encompassing the Heartlands and surrounding areas. The Heartlands are classic Western landscape, rolling grasslands, scattered trees, herds of wildlife. It's the image most people have of the American West, open and free. Valentine is the region's main town, a rough cattle town that serves the ranchers and cowboys who work the land. The region also includes more rugged areas, with forests and hills that provide variety. It's a diverse landscape that offers something for every type of player. New Hanover represents the heart of the frontier, the land that drew settlers and dreamers with its promise of opportunity. It's beautiful and dangerous, welcoming and hostile, everything the West was supposed to be. Part 1, 118. The missions in detail. A Fisher of Men. A Fisher of Men is an early mission that establishes the relationship between Arthur and Jack. Arthur takes Jack fishing, teaching him the basics of the sport. It's a quiet mission, focused on character rather than action. The mission shows Arthur's softer side, his capacity for patience and kindness. He's good with Jack, gentle in a way that surprises those who know him only as an enforcer. The mission also foreshadows the tragedy to come. Jack is innocent now, but the world will not let him stay that way. The fishing trip is a moment of peace before the storm. Part 1, 119. The missions in detail. The Sheep and the Goats. The Sheep and the Goats is a mission that shows the gang at work, rustling sheep from a wealthy rancher. The mission involves herding the sheep through the countryside, avoiding detection, delivering them to a buyer. It's a classic Western scenario, the kind of job the gang has done many times. But the mission also shows the tensions within the gang. John is reckless, causing problems that Arthur has to fix. Their relationship is strained, marked by old resentments. The mission is fun and exciting with chases and shootouts. but it also advances the character development, showing the dynamics that will become important later. Part 1, 100-20, The Missions in Detail, Blood Feuds, Ancient and Modern. Blood Feuds, Ancient and Modern is the mission where the gang attacks the Braithwaite mansion, seeking revenge for Jack's kidnapping. The mission is intense and violent, with the gang storming the mansion, killing everyone who stands in their way. The Braithwaite matriarch is confronted and forced to reveal where Jack has been taken. The mission shows the gang at its most united, working together against a common enemy. But it also shows the cost of their lifestyle, the violence that follows them wherever they go. The burning of the mansion is a powerful image, the destruction of an old order by forces it couldn't control. It's a preview of the destruction that will eventually consume the gang itself. Part 1, 121, The Missions in Detail, My Last Boy. My Last Boy is one of the most emotional missions in the game, as Arthur helps Eagle Flies in a doomed attack on the army. The mission shows the consequences of Dutch's manipulation. He encouraged Eagle Flies to fight, knowing it would create chaos that might help the gang. Now Eagle Flies is dying and Arthur must carry him back to his father. The scene with Rain's Fall is heartbreaking. The old chief has lost his son, the last of his line. His grief is palpable and Arthur shares it. The mission crystallizes Arthur's disillusionment with Dutch. He's seen too much death, too much suffering caused by Dutch's schemes. He can no longer pretend that Dutch is the man he once believed in. Part 1, 122, The Missions in Detail, Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption is the final mission of Arthur's story, the culmination of everything that's come before. Arthur helps John and his family escape from Beaver Hollow as the Pinkertons close in. He fights off enemies, buys time, does everything he can to give John a chance. The final confrontation with Micah is brutal and emotional. Arthur is weak, dying, but he fights with everything he has. The outcome depends on the player's honor level, but either way Arthur's story ends. The mission earns its title. Arthur finds redemption in his final moments, not by erasing his sins, but by choosing to do good with the time he has left. His death is sad but meaningful. Part 1, 123, The Missions in Detail, American Venom. American Venom is the final mission of the epilogue, where John confronts Micah and avenges Arthur. The mission takes John, Charles and Sadie to Micah's hideout in the mountains. They fight through his gang, climbing higher and higher toward the final confrontation. The fight with Micah is satisfying. The payoff for hours of hating him. John kills him, finally ending the threat he posed. Dutch's appearance is surprising. He's been living with Micah, but when the moment comes, he shoots Micah himself. His motivations are unclear, but it suggests that some part of the old Dutch still exists. The mission provides closure, tying up the loose ends of the story. Micah is dead, Arthur is avenged, and John can finally move on with his life. Or so he thinks. Part 1, 124, The Missions in Detail, The Last Enemy That Shall Be Destroyed. The Last Enemy That Shall Be Destroyed is the final mission of Red Dead Redemption 1, where John makes his last stand. The mission begins with the army surrounding Beecher's Hope. John sends Abigail and Jack away, then prepares to defend his home. Uncle dies on the porch, fighting to the end. John fights through waves of enemies, killing as many as he can. But there are too many. The final scene, where John walks out of the barn to face the firing squad, is one of gaming's most iconic moments. He draws his pistol, knowing he can't win, and is cut down in a hail of bullets. John's death is tragic and unfair. He did everything asked of him, tried to change, built a new life, and he was still betrayed. The mission earns its biblical title. Death is the last enemy, and it cannot be defeated. Part 1, 125. The themes revisited. Freedom. Freedom is the central value of the Van der Linde gang, the thing they're fighting for. But the games complicate this simple idea. Dutch's freedom is external, about escaping the reach of law and government. But his pursuit of freedom leads to bondage of another kind, to his ego, his paranoia, his inability to change. Arthur finds freedom in acceptance. He accepts his death, accepts his past, accepts that he can't change the world. This acceptance frees him to focus on what he can do, help others, do good, find meaning. John's freedom is tied to his family. He's free when they're safe, when they have a home, when they can live without fear. His freedom is relational, dependent on others. The game suggests that true freedom is internal, a matter of spirit rather than circumstance. External freedom can be taken away, internal freedom cannot. Part 1, 126. The themes revisited. Civilization. Civilization is coming to the West, and the games explore what that means for those who live there. Civilization brings order, stability, and prosperity. It builds cities, connects communities, creates opportunities. These are good things, and the games don't deny them. But civilization also brings control, conformity, and inequality. It crushes those who don't fit, marginalizes those who are different, concentrates power in the hands of the few. The outlaws resist civilization, but their resistance is futile. The world is changing, and they can't stop it. Their choice is to adapt or be destroyed. The games don't take sides in this conflict. They show the costs and benefits of both freedom and civilization, leaving players to draw their own conclusions. Part 1, 127. The themes revisited. Family is central to the Red Dead games, both the biological family and the chosen family of the gang. The gang is a family, bound by loyalty and shared experience. They eat together, work together, fight together. They care for each other in ways that transcend mere partnership. But the gang family is also dysfunctional. Dutch is a manipulative patriarch. The members compete for his approval. Loyalty is demanded but not always returned. John's biological family represents something different, a chance at normalcy, at a life beyond outlawry. His love for Abigail and Jack is what drives him to change, to seek redemption. The games suggest that family is essential but complicated. It can nurture and destroy, support and suffocate. The key is choosing the right family and being the right kind of family member. Part 1, 128. The themes revisited. Death. Death is ever present in the Red Dead games, a constant companion on the journey. Characters die throughout both games, sometimes suddenly, sometimes slowly. The deaths are meaningful, given weight and consequence. They're not just game mechanics, they're losses. Arthur's death is the emotional climax of Red Dead Redemption 2. His acceptance of death, his use of his remaining time, his final moments, all are handled with care and respect. John's death is the tragic conclusion of Red Dead Redemption 1. His sacrifice for his family, his last stand against impossible odds, his final moments in the sun, all are unforgettable. The games treat death seriously, as the ultimate reality that gives life meaning. They don't shy away from mortality, they confront it directly. Part 1, 129, a peaceful ending. And now, as we truly come to the end of this long journey, let us find peace together. The fire is burning low, the embers glowing softly in the darkness. The stars are out, more than you can count, wheeling slowly overhead in their eternal dance. The world is quiet now. The gunfights are over, the chases have ended, the drama has played out. What remains is the land itself, vast and beautiful, waiting for the dawn. Think of the plains stretching to the horizon, the grass waving in the gentle breeze. Think of the mountains rising in the distance, their peaks touched with snow. Think of the rivers flowing to the sea, carrying the water that gives life to everything. Think of the people who lived in this world, who loved and fought and dreamed. They're at rest now, their stories told, their journeys complete. They live on in memory, in the tales we tell, in the lessons we learn from their lives. The West is sleeping now, and so should you. Let go of the day's worries, the week's stresses, the month's concerns. They'll still be there tomorrow, but tomorrow is not now. Now is for rest. Now is for peace. Now is for letting the gentle rhythms of the world carry you into sleep. Dream of open skies and endless horizons. Dream of campfires and starlight. Dream of a time when the world was simpler, even if it wasn't easier. Sleep well, friend. The West will be there when you wake, waiting for you to return. Good night. This has been the complete lore of the Red Dead world, a journey of over 40,000 words through the dying days of the American frontier. From the dreams of Dutch van der Linde to the tragedy of John Marston, from the redemption of Arthur Morgan to the uncertain future of Jack, we've travelled through a world of beauty and violence, of hope and despair. May these stories carry you gently into sleep, and may your dreams be filled with the endless horizons of the West. Until we meet again, partner. Good night. Part 1, 130, The Undead Nightmare. Deep dive. Let us return to Undead Nightmare and explore it more thoroughly, for it offers a unique perspective on the Red Dead world. The expansion begins on a peaceful night at Beecher's Hope. John is with his family, the ranch is quiet and all seems well. Then Uncle stumbles through the door, transformed into something inhuman. Uncle attacks Abigail, biting her before John can intervene. Abigail then bites Jack. In moments, John's family has been transformed into the undead, and he's forced to hogtie them to prevent further harm. This opening is shocking and effective. It takes the happy ending of the main game and twists it into horror. John's family, the people he fought so hard to protect, are now the threat. John sets out to find a cure, leaving his bound family in the house. The world outside has changed dramatically. The dead are rising everywhere, attacking the living, spreading the infection. The tone of Undead Nightmare is different from the main game. It's horror, yes, but it's also darkly comic. The absurdity of zombies in the Old West is acknowledged and embraced. Familiar characters appear in new contexts. Seth the Grave Robber is thriving, finally in his element among the dead. Nigel West Dickens is selling zombie cures that don't work. The world has been turned upside down and everyone is adapting in their own way. The gameplay changes to accommodate the new threats. Zombies are slow but numerous, requiring different tactics than human enemies. Headshots are essential, and ammunition is scarce. New weapons appear, including the blunderbuss, which fires zombie parts as ammunition. It's grotesque and hilarious, perfectly capturing the expansion's tone. The mythical creatures add variety and wonder. The 4 horses of the apocalypse can be found and tamed, each with unique abilities. Sasquatches roam the wilderness, peaceful creatures being hunted to extinction. A unicorn can be found after breaking all 4 horses. The cause of the plague is eventually revealed, an Aztec mask stolen from a tomb. The mask has unleashed ancient evil, and only returning it can stop the plague. The final mission takes John to the tomb, where he faces hordes of undead and finally returns the mask. The curse is lifted, the dead return to their graves, and John's family is cured. But there's a twist. In the epilogue, we see John's grave at Beecher's Hope. A hand bursts from the soil. John has risen as an undead, doomed to wander forever. This ending is darkly appropriate. John escaped death in the main game only to be killed by the government. In Undead Nightmare, he escapes the plague only to become part of it. There's no escaping death, the expansion suggests, only delaying it. Part 1. 131. The mythology behind Undead Nightmare. Undead Nightmare draws on various mythological and horror traditions, creating a unique blend of influences. The zombies are classic Romero-style undead, slow and shambling, dangerous in numbers. They follow the rules established by Night of the Living Dead. Destroy the brain to kill them, avoid being bitten. But the expansion adds its own twists. Different types of zombies have different abilities. Bolters are fast and aggressive. Bruisers are tough and powerful. Wretches spit toxic bile. This variety keeps the combat interesting. The 4 horses of the apocalypse come from the Book of Revelation, the biblical prophecy of the end times. War, famine, pestilence, and death are the 4 horsemen, and their steeds appear in the expansion. War leaves a trail of fire wherever it goes. Famine has infinite stamina, never tiring. Pestilence is nearly invulnerable, shrugging off damage. Death causes zombies to explode on contact. Finding and breaking these horses is a significant challenge, requiring exploration and skill. They're among the best mounts in the game, rewarding players who seek them out. The Sasquatches are drawn from American folklore, the legendary Bigfoot that supposedly roams the wilderness. In the expansion, they're peaceful creatures being hunted by humans who don't understand them. The final Sasquatch encounter is poignant. The last of his kind, he begs John to kill him to end his loneliness. The player can grant his wish or leave him to his solitude. Either choice is sad. The unicorn is pure fantasy, a touch of magic in a world of horror. It's beautiful and rare, a reward for players who complete the mythical creature challenges. The Aztec mythology underlying the curse adds depth. The mask is connected to ancient rituals, to powers that predate European settlement. It's a reminder that the Americas have their own supernatural traditions. Part 1, 132. The characters of Undead Nightmare. Familiar characters appear throughout Undead Nightmare, often in unexpected ways. Seth Briers, the grave robber from the main game, is thriving in the zombie apocalypse. He's always been comfortable around the dead, and now the dead are everywhere. He helps John understand what's happening and points him towards solutions. Nigel West Dickens is still selling snake oil, now marketed as zombie cures. His tonics don't work, of course, but desperate people will buy anything. He's the same con man he always was, adapting to new circumstances. The strange man appears again, as mysterious as ever. He seems to know more than he should about what's happening. Some believe he's death himself, watching over the chaos he's unleashed. Sasquatch hunters appear, determined to wipe out the creatures they see as monsters. John can help them or oppose them, with different consequences for the Sasquatch population. Missing persons can be found and rescued, survivors who've been trapped by the undead. Saving them provides rewards and adds to the sense that John is making a difference. The characters of Undead Nightmare are familiar but transformed, adapting to a world that's been turned upside down. Their reactions to the crisis reveal their true natures. Part 1. 133. The locations of Undead Nightmare. The familiar locations of Red Dead Redemption are transformed by the zombie plague. Towns are under siege, their populations huddled behind barricades, fighting off waves of undead. John can help defend these towns, clearing the zombies and saving the survivors. Graveyards are sources of the plague, spawning new zombies until they're cleansed. John must burn the coffins to stop the spawning, a grim but necessary task. The wilderness is more dangerous than ever, with zombies roaming everywhere. Travel requires caution, as being overwhelmed by a horde means death. Mexico's affected too, with the revolution complicated by the undead. Both government and rebel forces are fighting zombies as well as each other. The familiar landmarks take on new meaning in the context of horror. Places that were once safe are now dangerous. Places that were dangerous are now deadly. Part 1. 134. The gameplay of Undead Nightmare. Undead Nightmare changes the gameplay significantly, adapting the Red Dead formula to horror. Ammunition is scarce, forcing players to be careful with their shots. Headshots are essential, as body shots barely slow the zombies down. The blunderbuss is a new weapon that fires zombie parts as ammunition. It's powerful but slow, best used against groups. Holy water and bait are new items that help manage zombie hordes. Holy water burns zombies, while bait attracts them to a specific location. The mythical creatures provide unique challenges. The 4 horses must be found and broken. The Sasquatches must be tracked through the wilderness. The unicorn appears only after specific conditions are met. Saving towns is a major activity, requiring players to clear zombies and maintain defences. Towns that are saved provide safe havens. Towns that fall become dangerous. The gameplay loop is satisfying. Explore, fight, save, repeat. The horror elements add tension, while the familiar Red Dead mechanics provide comfort. Part 1. 135. The tone of Undead Nightmare. Undead Nightmare strikes a unique tone, balancing horror with dark comedy. The horror is genuine, zombies are threatening, the atmosphere is tense, and death comes quickly for the unprepared. The transformation of John's family is genuinely disturbing. But there's also humour. The absurdity of zombies in the Old West is acknowledged. Characters make jokes about the situation. The blunderbuss, firing zombie parts, is grotesquely funny. This balance is difficult to achieve, but Undead Nightmare manages it well. The horror is never undermined by the comedy, and the comedy never feels inappropriate. The tone allows the expansion to explore themes that the main game couldn't. Death, resurrection, the nature of humanity, all are examined through the lens of horror. Part 1. 136. The Legacy of Undead Nightmare. Undead Nightmare was well received when it released, praised for its creativity and its willingness to take risks. The expansion showed that the Red Dead world could support different kinds of stories. It wasn't just a western, it was a setting that could accommodate horror, comedy, and fantasy. The mythical creatures added a sense of wonder that the main game lacked. The Sasquatches, the horses of the apocalypse, the unicorn, all expanded what was possible in the Red Dead world. The expansion influenced later games, showing that DLC could be more than just additional missions. It could transform the base game into something entirely new. Fans have hoped for a similar expansion for Red Dead Redemption 2, but none has been released. The success of Undead Nightmare suggests that such an expansion would be welcome. Part 1, 137, the complete timeline summarized. Let us now summarize the complete timeline of the Red Dead world, from earliest to latest. 1855, Dutch van der Linde is born. 1863, Arthur Morgan is born. 1873, John Marston is born. Late 1870s, Dutch meets Hosea Matthews. They form a partnership that will last decades. Late 1870s, Dutch and Hosea find Arthur Morgan, a teenage orphan. They take him in and raise him as part of their growing gang. 1880s, the van der Linde gang grows and prospers. New members join, including Javier Escuela, Bill Williamson, and others. Early 1890s, John Marston joins the gang. His relationship with Arthur is complicated by rivalry. 1894, John meets Abigail Roberts. Their relationship begins. 1895, Jack Marston is born. John initially denies paternity and leaves the gang for a year. 1899, the Blackwater ferry robbery goes wrong. The gang flees into the mountains. The events of Red Dead Redemption 2 begin. 1899, over several months, the gang moves from the mountains to the heartlands to Lemoyne to Beaver Hollow. Hosea, Lenny, Sean, and others die. Arthur Morgan dies helping John escape. 1907, John Marston builds a house at Beecher's Hope. He kills Micah Bell with help from Charles and Sadie. 1911, the events of Red Dead Redemption 1 take place. John is forced to hunt Bill, Javier, and Dutch. He succeeds but is then killed by the government. 1914, Jack Marston kills Edgar Ross, avenging his father. The Undead Nightmare events occur in an alternate timeline, branching from the main story after John's return to Beecher's Hope. Part 1, 138, The Emotional Journey. The Red Dead games take players on an emotional journey unlike any other in gaming. We begin with hope, with Dutch's dream of freedom, with the gang's belief that they can escape the closing frontier. The early hours of Red Dead Redemption 2 are full of possibility. We experience camaraderie, the bonds between gang members, the sense of family that makes the camp feel like home. The quiet moments around the fire are as important as the action sequences. We feel tension as things begin to go wrong, as Dutch's plans fail. As the Pinkertons close in, the sense of doom builds slowly, inevitably. We experience loss as beloved characters die. Hosea, Lenny, Sean, and finally Arthur. Each death hits hard, a reminder of the stakes. We feel hope again in the epilogue as John builds his new life. The house-building sequence is joyful, a moment of creation after so much destruction. We feel tragedy in Red Dead Redemption 1 as John's past catches up with him. His death is unfair, undeserved, heartbreaking. We feel ambiguity at the end as Jack kills Ross. Has the cycle continued? Can it be broken? The games leave us to wonder. This emotional journey is what makes Red Dead special. It's not just a game, it's an experience that stays with you. Part 1, 139, The Artistic Achievement. The Red Dead games are artistic achievements of the highest order, demonstrating what the medium can accomplish. The writing is exceptional, with dialogue that feels natural and characters that feel real. The story is complex and nuanced, avoiding easy answers and simple morality. The performances are outstanding, with voice actors bringing depth and emotion to their roles. Roger Clark's Arthur Morgan and Rob Weithoff's John Marston are among gaming's greatest performances. The visual design is stunning, with landscapes that take your breath away and details that reward close observation. The world feels lived in, real, complete. The music is perfect, enhancing every moment without overwhelming it. The original songs are memorable, and the score is atmospheric and evocative. The gameplay supports the narrative, with mechanics that reinforce the themes. The honor system, the camp contributions, the hunting and crafting, all add to the sense of living in this world. The Red Dead games prove that video games can be art, can tell stories as powerful as any novel or film, can create experiences that change how we see the world. Part 1, 100 the 40, Final Goodnight. And now, truly, we come to the end. The fire has burned down to embers, glowing softly in the darkness. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that have watched over this land for millennia. The stories has been told, the journeys completed, the lessons learned. What remains is peace, quiet, rest. Think of the characters we've met. Dutch with his dreams, Arthur with his redemption, John with his tragedy. They live on in memory, in the stories we tell, in the lessons we carry. Think of the world we've explored. The plains and mountains, the forests and swamps, the towns and wilderness. It's a world of beauty and danger, of hope and despair, of endings and beginnings. Think of the themes we've explored: freedom and civilization, loyalty and betrayal, redemption and tragedy. They're universal themes, as relevant today as they were in the Old West. The Red Dead world is a mirror, reflecting our own struggles, our own hopes, our own fears. It shows us who we are and who we might become, and now it's time to rest. The journey is over, the story is told, the night is deep. Let sleep come, gentle and welcome, carrying you into dreams. Dream of open skies and endless horizons. Dream of campfires and starlight. Dream of a world where anything is possible, where the frontier stretches forever, where freedom is more than just a word. Sleep well, friend. The West will always be there, waiting for you to return. Good night. This concludes the complete lore of the Red Dead world, a journey of 40,000 words through the dying days of the American frontier. From the earliest days of the Van der Linde gang to the final sunset of an era, from the redemption of Arthur Morgan to the tragedy of John Marston, from the horror of Undead nightmare to the peace of a quiet night, we've travelled together through one of gaming's greatest worlds. May these stories bring you peace, may they carry you gently into sleep, and may your dreams be filled with the beauty of the West. Until we meet again, partner, good night and sweet dreams. Extended Location Studies, the Geography of the Frontier. Let's take a deeper journey through the lands of the Red Dead world. Each region tells its own story, holds its own secrets, and carries its own atmosphere. As we explore these places together, let the descriptions wash over you like a gentle breeze across the prairie. The Heartlands, America's soul. The Heartlands represent everything the American frontier promised to be. Rolling hills stretch endlessly toward the horizon, covered in golden grass that sways hypnotically in the wind. This is cattle country, where the Carmody Dell Ranch operates its daily routines, where wild horses run free across the open plains, and where the sky seems impossibly vast. In the early morning hours, mist rises from the valleys between the hills. The sun breaks over the eastern ridges, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Deer graze peacefully in the meadows, their ears twitching at every sound. Hawks circle overhead, riding the thermal currents with effortless grace. The Valentine area sits at the heart of this region, a small livestock town that smells of cattle and opportunity. The streets are muddy, the saloon is rowdy, and the general store stocks everything a rancher might need. It's a simple place, honest in its roughness, where cowboys come to sell their cattle and spend their earnings on whiskey and poker. Oil derricks have begun to appear on the horizon, harbingers of the industrial age creeping into this pastoral landscape. The heartlands exist in a moment of transition, caught between the old ways and the new. For now, though, the cattle still graze, the horses still run wild, and the sunset still paints the sky in colours that no photograph could capture. The Grizzlies, where the world grows cold. The Grizzly Mountains rise like ancient sentinels along the northern border of the map. These peaks are perpetually snow-capped, their slopes covered in dense pine forests that thin out as the elevation increases. This is wilderness in its purest form, untamed and unforgiving. The air grows thin as you climb higher. Your breath comes in visible puffs, and the cold seeps through even the warmest clothing. But there's a profound peace in these mountains, a silence broken only by the wind through the pines and the distant call of eagles. Coulter sits abandoned in the western Grizzlies, mining town that couldn't survive the harsh winters. Its buildings stand frozen in time, slowly being reclaimed by the snow and ice. When the Vanderlyn gang sheltered here after the Blackwater disaster, they experienced the mountains at their most brutal. But even in that desperation, there was beauty in the pristine white landscape, in the way the moonlight reflected off the snow, in the absolute stillness of a winter night. Lake Isabella lies hidden in a valley between the peaks, its waters so cold they seem almost black. The legendary white Arabian horse can sometimes be spotted along its shores, a ghost-like creature that seems to belong more to myth than reality. Catching this horse requires patience and gentleness, approaching slowly, speaking softly, earning trust rather than demanding submission. The hot springs near Katora Springs offer unexpected warmth in this frozen landscape. Steam rises from the mineral-rich waters, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. Native peoples considered these springs sacred, places of healing and spiritual renewal. Even now, sitting in those warm waters while snow falls gently around you, it's easy to understand why. Roanoke Ridge, the haunted forest. Roanoke Ridge is different from anywhere else in the Red Dead world. The forests here are dense and dark, the trees twisted into strange shapes by some unknown force. Fog clings to the valleys, and even at midday the light seems muted and grey. This is Murfree Brood territory, and their presence has seeped into the very land itself. Cave systems honeycomb the hillsides, their entrance is hidden behind waterfalls or thick vegetation. Strange sounds echo through the woods at night, sounds that might be animals or might be something else entirely. But Roanoke Ridge also holds unexpected beauty. Beaver Hollow, despite its dark associations, sits in a valley of remarkable natural splendour. The creek that runs through it is crystal clear, and wildflowers bloom along its banks in spring. Before the Murfrees claimed it, before the gang made it their final camp, this was simply a beautiful, secluded spot in the wilderness. The Kamassa River flows through the region, its waters dark with tannins from the surrounding forests. Fishing here requires patience, as the fish are wary and the currents unpredictable. But there's something meditative about casting a line into those dark waters, watching the float bob gently, waiting for a bite that may or may not come. Ansburg sits on the eastern edge of the ridge, a coal mining town that has seen better days. The miners work long hours for little pay, their faces blackened with coal dust, their lungs slowly filling with the same. It's a hard life, but the community is tight-knit, bound together by shared hardship. The company store extends credit, the saloon offers escape, and the church offers hope. Lemoyne, the decaying South. Lemoyne is the American South in all its complicated glory. The region is divided between the swamps of Blue Water Marsh and the plantation country around Rhodes, between the urban chaos of St. Denis and the rural poverty of the bayou communities. The swamps are a world unto themselves. Cypress trees rise from the murky water, their roots creating a maze of channels and islands. Spanish moss hangs from every branch, swaying gently in the humid breeze. Alligators lurk beneath the surface, their eyes just visible above the waterline. At night, the swamps come alive with the sounds of frogs and insects, a symphony of life that continues until dawn. The Braithwaite and Gray families have feuded for generations, their hatred passed down like a family heirloom. Their plantations stand as monuments to a way of life that should have ended with the Civil War but somehow persists. The fields are still worked, though now by sharecroppers rather than slaves. The big houses still stand, though their paint is peeling and their foundations are crumbling. St. Denis represents the future that the rest of the map is slowly moving toward. Gas lamps light the streets at night. Trolleys run on fixed schedules. The theatre offers entertainment. The tailor offers fashion. And the fence offers discretion. It's a city of opportunity and exploitation, where fortunes are made and lost, where the old aristocracy mingles uneasily with the new industrialists. The bayou communities exist outside of time. The people here live as their ancestors did, fishing and trapping, speaking a French patois that sounds like music. They're suspicious of outsiders but generous to those who earn their trust. Their knowledge of the swamps is encyclopedic, passed down through generations of living in harmony with this strange, beautiful landscape. New Austin. The True West. New Austin is the oldest region in the Red Dead world, both in terms of game development and in terms of its place in the timeline of American expansion. This is the desert Southwest, a land of mesas and canyons, of scorching days and freezing nights, of rattlesnakes and tumbleweeds. Armadillo was once a thriving frontier town, but cholera has reduced it to a shadow of its former self. The streets are empty, the businesses are closed, and the undertaker is the busiest man in town. It's a stark reminder of how fragile civilization is on the frontier, how quickly a community can collapse when disease or disaster strikes. Tumbleweed sits at the western edge of the map, the last stop before Mexico. The town is small but vital, serving the ranchers and miners who work the surrounding land. The sheriff here takes his job seriously, maintaining order in a region where order is hard to come by. The desert itself is beautiful in its harshness. The rock formations glow red and orange in the setting sun. The cacti bloom with unexpected colour in the spring. The night sky, unpolluted by city lights, reveals more stars than seem possible. It's a landscape that demands respect, that punishes the unprepared, but rewards those who learn its rhythms. Gaptooth Ridge and Cholla Springs offer some of the most dramatic scenery in the game. Abandoned mines dot the hillsides, their tunnels extending deep into the earth. Ghost towns stand as monuments to boom and bust economics, their buildings slowly returning to the desert from which they came. Tall trees and the Great Plains. The transition from the Great Plains to tall trees is one of the most dramatic in the game. Reverend Swanson is one of the most tragic figures in the van der Linde gang, a man of God who has lost his way. His addiction to morphine and alcohol has reduced him to a stumbling, mumbling shadow of the man he once was. But beneath the addiction, there's still a spark of the faith that once defined him. Swanson's backstory is never fully revealed, but hints suggest a promising career in the church derailed by personal tragedy. Perhaps he lost someone he loved. Perhaps he witnessed something that shook his faith. Whatever the cause, he turned to substances to numb the pain, and the substances took over his life. Dutch keeps Swanson around partly out of loyalty, and partly because even a fallen preacher has his uses. Swanson can perform marriages and funerals, can offer spiritual comfort to gang members who need it, can provide a veneer of respectability when dealing with certain elements of society. As the gang falls apart, Swanson begins to find his way back to sobriety. It's a slow process marked by setbacks and relapses, but there's genuine progress. By the end of the story, he secured a position at a church in New York, a chance to start over, to be the man he was always meant to be. His journey is a reminder that redemption is possible, that no one is beyond saving, that faith can survive even the darkest valleys. In a story filled with tragedy, Swanson's arc offers a glimmer of hope. Tilly Jackson, strength through adversity. Tilly Jackson's story is one of survival and resilience. Kidnapped by the Foreman brothers at a young age, she endured horrors that the game only hints at. Her escape and eventual joining of the van der Linde gang represented a new beginning, a chance to define herself on her own terms. Within the gang, Tilly is quiet but observant. She sees things that others miss, understands dynamics that others ignore. Her friendship with Mary Beth is genuine and supportive, two young women finding sisterhood in an unlikely place. When the Foreman brothers track her down, Tilly faces her past with courage. She doesn't hide, doesn't run, doesn't let fear control her. With Arthur's help, she confronts her abusers and emerges stronger for it. After the gang's dissolution, Tilly builds a life for herself. She marries a lawyer, has children, becomes a respectable member of society. When John visits her years later, she's genuinely happy, having transformed trauma into triumph. Her story is a testament to the human capacity for healing, for growth, for creating beauty from ashes. Tilly Jackson refused to be defined by what was done to her, choosing instead to define herself by what she would become. Uncle, the lovable layabout. Uncle is comic relief, but he's also something more. His constant complaints about lumbago, his elaborate excuses for avoiding work, his talent for finding the most comfortable spot in any camp, all of these make him an easy target for mockery. But Uncle has hidden depths. He's been with the gang longer than almost anyone, a fixture of camp life for decades. He knows everyone's secrets, has witnessed everyone's worst moments, and has never betrayed a confidence. His loyalty is absolute, even if his work ethic is non-existent. Uncle's past is mysterious. He hints at adventures, at skills, at a younger self who is capable of remarkable things. How much of this is true and how much is fantasy is impossible to say, but there's something in his eyes sometimes, a flash of the man he might have been, that suggests the stories aren't entirely fabricated. When John builds Beecher's hope, Uncle comes along. He's useless for construction, hopeless for ranching, and a drain on resources. But he's also family, in the way that matters most. He's there when John needs someone to talk to, there when Abigail needs someone to watch Jack, there when the loneliness of the frontier threatens to overwhelm. His death in the final battle is played for tragedy, not comedy. Uncle dies fighting, dies protecting the family he's been part of for so long. In the end, he proves that even the laziest man can find courage when it matters most. Karen Jones, the flame that burns. Bright. Karen Jones burns with an intensity that's impossible to ignore. She's loud, she's brash, she drinks too much, and she doesn't care what anyone thinks. In a world that expects women to be demure and submissive, Karen is neither. Her relationship with Sean is passionate and volatile, two strong personalities crashing against each other like waves against rocks. They fight, they make up, they fight again. It's not healthy, but it's real, and in a world of pretense and performance, realness has value. Karen is also genuinely skilled at the outlaw life. Her role in the Valentine bank robbery demonstrates her courage and quick thinking. She can handle a gun, handle a horse, handle herself in situations that would break lesser people. But Karen's intensity comes at a cost. Her drinking, always heavy, becomes heavier as the gang falls apart. Sean's death devastates her in ways she can't articulate. By the end, she's a shadow of herself, lost in a bottle, unable to find her way back. Her fate after the gang's dissolution is unknown, and that uncertainty is perhaps the cruelest cut. Did she find her way back? Did she drink herself to death? Did she find someone or something to live for? The game doesn't say, leaving players to hope for the best while fearing the worst. Pearson, the cook who dreamed of the sea. Simon Pearson is the gang's cook, a former Navy man who traded the ocean for the outlaw life. He's overweight, he's insecure, and he's constantly seeking validation that never quite comes. But he's also essential, keeping the gang fed through good times and bad. Pearson's naval career ended badly, though the details are vague. He speaks of it with a mixture of pride and shame, suggesting both genuine accomplishment and genuine failure. The sea was his first love, and losing it broke something in him. His cooking is competent rather than inspired, but competence is enough when you're feeding 24 hungry outlaws. He takes pride in his work, in the stews and roasts and biscuits that keep the gang going. When supplies run low, he stretches what he has. When game is plentiful, he creates feasts. After the gang falls apart, Pearson opens a general store in Rhodes. It's a modest success, a quiet life far removed from the chaos of his outlaw days. When John visits, Pearson is friendly but distant, unwilling to dwell on the past, focused on the present he's built for himself. His story is one of adaptation, of finding a new purpose when the old one is gone. Pearson will never sail again, will never recapture whatever glory he found in the Navy, but he's found peace in his little store, and peace is no small thing. The philosophy of the frontier, deeper reflections, the myth of the self-made man. The American frontier was built on the myth of the self-made man, the idea that anyone could succeed through hard work and determination. The Red Dead games examine this myth with a critical eye, showing both its appeal and its limitations. Dutch van der Linde embodies the myth in its most seductive form. He speaks of freedom, of independence, of carving out a space where a man can be truly himself. His followers believe in this vision, work toward it, sacrifice for it. But the myth is just that, a myth. No one succeeds alone. No one is truly self-made. The gang's success depends on cooperation, on each member contributing their skills to the collective. Arthur's gunslinging, Hosea's planning, Charles's tracking, Sadie's ferocity. All of these combine to create something greater than any individual could achieve. The myth of the self-made man obscures this reality, attributing collective success to individual genius. John Marston's attempt to go straight illustrates the myth's limitations from another angle. He works hard, he plays by the rules, he does everything society asks of him. But society doesn't keep its end of the bargain. The past catches up, the powerful take what they want, and hard work proves insufficient against systemic forces. The game suggests that true success requires not just individual effort, but also community support, fair systems, and a measure of luck. The self-made man is a comforting fiction, but fiction nonetheless. Violence and its consequences. The Red Dead games are violent, unavoidably and intentionally so. But they're also thoughtful about violence, exploring its causes, its effects, and its moral weight in ways that most games ignore. Arthur Morgan kills hundreds of people over the course of the story. Some deserve it, some don't, and many fall into a grey area where judgment is difficult. The game doesn't let players ignore this body count. Arthur's journal entries reflect on the violence, sometimes justifying it, sometimes questioning it, always acknowledging it. The consequences of violence ripple outward in ways both obvious and subtle. Families lose providers, communities lose members, the fabric of society frays a little more with each death. The game shows these consequences through random encounters, through newspaper articles, through the gradual darkening of the world as the story progresses. Violence also has internal consequences. Arthur's honour system tracks his moral choices, and those choices affect how others perceive him, how he perceives himself, and ultimately how his story ends. A violent Arthur dies alone and unmourned. A honourable Arthur, despite his violent past, finds a measure of peace. The games don't condemn violence outright. Sometimes violence is necessary, is justified, is even righteous. But they insist that violence always has a cost, that every bullet fired changes something, that the easy path of the gun leads to hard destinations. The meaning of home is a central theme in both Red Dead games, explored through characters who have it, characters who seek it, and characters who lose it. The Van der Linde gang's camps are temporary homes, places of relative safety in a dangerous world. The rituals of camp life, the shared meals, the evening songs, the morning routines, create a sense of belonging that transcends the physical location. Home, the game suggests, is less about place than about people. John Marston's quest in the first game is ultimately a quest to return home, to the ranch and the family he left behind. Every mission, every killing, every compromise is justified by this goal. Home is worth any price, any sacrifice, any moral compromise, but home is also fragile. Beecher's hope, built with such care and hope, becomes a death trap. The home John created is destroyed by the same forces that destroyed the gang's camps. The dream of a permanent, safe home proves as illusory as Dutch's dreams of freedom. The game suggests that home is not a destination but a process, not a place to reach, but a state to maintain. Home requires constant work, constant vigilance, constant renewal, and even then, it can be taken away. Time and memory. The Red Dead games are deeply concerned with time, with the passage of years, with the way memory shapes our understanding of the past. The 12-year gap between the game's storylines allows for reflection on how things change and how they stay the same. Characters age, landscapes transform, technologies advance, but human nature remains constant, the same desires and fears driving behavior across the decades. Memory in these games is selective and unreliable. Characters remember the past differently, emphasizing different events, drawing different lessons. Dutch remembers the gang's glory days. Arthur remembers the costs of that glory. John remembers his mistakes. Abigail remembers his growth. No single memory captures the truth. The games themselves function as a kind of memory, preserving a version of the Old West that never quite existed. The frontier they depict is romanticized and stylized, more myth than history. But myths have their own truth, their own value, their own lessons to teach. Playing these games is an act of remembering, of engaging with a past that is both historical and fictional, both real and imagined. We remember characters who never lived, mourn deaths that never happened, learn lessons from events that never occurred, and somehow these false memories feel as real as true ones. Final peaceful passages, drifting into dreams, the sound of rain on canvas. Imagine yourself in the gang's camp on a rainy night. You're in your tent, dry and warm, listening to the rain drum against the canvas above you. The sound is steady and soothing, a natural white noise that drowns out the worries of the day. Outside, the camp is quiet. The rain has driven everyone to shelter, and even the most restless souls have found a place to wait out the storm. The fire hisses and sputters under its makeshift cover, sending up occasional sparks that die quickly in the wet air. The smell of rain on dust fills your nostrils, that particular scent that comes when water meets dry earth. It's the smell of renewal, of cleansing, of the world being washed clean. Tomorrow the grass will be greener, the flowers will bloom brighter, and the air will feel fresh and new. You pull your blanket tighter around yourself, feeling the warmth of your own body reflected back. The rain continues its gentle percussion, and your eyes grow heavy. There's nothing to do, nowhere to be, no one expecting anything from you. Just this moment, this tent, this rain, this peace. Fishing at O'Cree's Run. The lake is perfectly still in the early morning light. Mist rises from the surface, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that blurs the line between water and air. You're sitting on the shore, your fishing line cast out into the calm water, waiting. The waiting is the point. There's no urgency here, no deadline, no pressure. The fish will bite or they won't. Either way, you're exactly where you need to be, doing exactly what you need to do. A loon calls from somewhere across the lake, its haunting cry echoing off the surrounding hills. Another answers from a different direction, and for a moment you're part of their conversation, a witness to a dialogue that has continued for thousands of years. Your float bobs gently, moved by currents too subtle to see. You watch it with half-closed eyes, not really expecting a bite, not really caring if one comes. The act of fishing is enough. The ritual of casting and waiting, the connection to generations of fishermen who have sat on shores just like this one. The sun rises higher, burning off the mist, revealing the full beauty of the lake. The water is so clear you can see the bottom in the shallows, see the fish moving lazily among the rocks. They're not hungry yet, not ready to bite. That's okay. You're not hungry either. You're just here, present, peaceful. A night under the stars. You've made camp in the Great Plains, far from any town or settlement. Your horse grazes nearby, content after a long day's ride. Your fire crackles softly, providing warmth against the cooling night air. Above you, the ski is impossibly vast. Stars beyond counting spread from horizon to horizon, their light undimmed by any artificial glow. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a river of light, and you understand why ancient peoples saw gods and stories in these patterns. A shooting star streaks across the sky, there and gone in an instant. You don't bother making a wish. This moment is wish enough. This peace, this beauty, this connection to something larger than yourself. The grass whispers in the gentle breeze, a sound like distant voices speaking words you can't quite make out. Somewhere far away, a coyote howls, and others answer, their chorus rising and falling like a wild symphony. You lie back on your bedroll, feeling the earth solid beneath you, seeing the stars infinite above you. You're small, impossibly small, a speck of consciousness in an endless universe. But you're also here, alive, aware, capable of appreciating this beauty. And that is enough. That is everything. The last ride home. The sun is setting as you ride toward home. The sky's painted in shades of orange and pink and purple. Colours so vivid they seem almost artificial. Your horse knows the way, so you let the reins hang loose, trusting your companion to carry you safely. The landscape passes in a comfortable blur. Fields and forests, rivers and roads, all the familiar landmarks that tell you you're getting closer. Each one brings a small surge of anticipation, a reminder that rest and comfort await. You think about the day behind you, the challenges faced, the tasks completed. It wasn't easy, but you did it. You survived another day in this beautiful, brutal world, and tomorrow you'll do it again. But that's tomorrow. Right now, there's only this ride, this sunset, this journey home. The first lights of the ranch appear on the horizon, warm and welcoming against the darkening sky. Smoke rises from the chimney, promising a hot meal and a warm fire. Someone is waiting for you, someone who will be glad to see you return. Your horse picks up the pace, sensing the end of the journey. You let it run, feeling the wind in your hair, the rhythm of hooves on packed earth. The world narrows to this moment, this movement, this homecoming. And then you're there. The gate is open, the door is lit, and everything you've been riding toward is finally within reach. You dismount, pat your horse's neck in thanks, and walk toward the light. Home. You're home. Good night, partner. And so we come to the end of our journey through the Red Dead world. We've ridden through mountains and deserts, through forests and swamps. We've met outlaws and lawmen, heroes and villains, and everyone in between. We've watched Arthur Morgan find redemption in his final days, watched John Marston build and lose everything he loved, watched the Old West fade into memory and myth. We've laughed at campfire stories and cried at graveside farewells. But now it's time to rest. The fire is dying down, the stars are wheeling overhead, and sleep is calling. Let the stories settle into your dreams. Let the characters keep you company through the night. Let the world of Red Dead wrap around you like a warm blanket. Tomorrow, the frontier will still be there, waiting for new adventures, new stories, new journeys. But tonight, there's only peace, only rest, only the gentle embrace of sleep. So close your eyes, partner. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts drift like clouds across a summer sky. The West will keep. The stories will wait. Right now, there's only this moment, this breath, this beautiful surrender to sleep. Good night, partner. Sweet dreams.